Adolf Hitler's meteoric rise from uneducated nobody to the leader of a tyrannical empire was fueled by ruthless ambition and strategic manipulation.
He was the ultimate white supremacist.
Supported by brutal paramilitary forces, an entourage of fanatical followers, and the mythology of powerful propaganda, Hitler became the self-appointed savior of Germany. A ruthless warlord touting grand architectural plans and impossible dreams.
Hitler saw himself as having a destiny. He saw himself as a man of destiny.
In Hitler's vision for his 1,000-year Reich, he was viewing it as on par with the Roman Empire or ancient Greece, and he wanted his monuments to rival, if not outshine, those monuments.
And underneath the complex web of power, loyalty, and deception that defined Hitler's tyrannical reign lie deep personal secrets that not only shaped Adolf Hitler's despotic rule, they changed world history forever.
Die Bedeutung des Dritten Reiches für die Weltgeschichte war groß. Noch heute in Deutschland ist es so, dass diese Erinnerung an dieses verbrecherische, mörderische Regime unser politisches Handeln bestimmt.
History regards Adolf Hitler as a loner, a ruthless dictator who commanded total obedience from those below him.
Das waren Leute, die ihm nicht widersprachen. Die brauchte er zur Bestätigung seiner eigenen Meinung und um sein lebenslang angekränkeltes Selbstbewusstsein zu bestätigen. Widersprechen dem Diktator war gefährlich.
The Third Reich was governed according to the Führerprinzip. One leader, Adolf Hitler, a Führer with undisputed authority. But Hitler's rule would not have been possible without the support of the people, organizations and groups that made his tyranny and his war possible.
Hitler wurde möglich durch ein Justiz- und Politikversagen. Wir dürfen nicht den Fehler machen, die Geschichte von hinten zu betrachten. Hier dürfen wir nicht den Fehler machen, ihn da schon als den großen Führer zu sehen. Die ganzen frühen 20er Jahre hindurch ist Hitler eine rein lokale Größe.
And the foundational pillar that Hitler needed to prop up his reign was the National Socialist German Workers' Party, the Nazi Party. Emerging from defeat in World War I, Germany was chaotic. Monarchic dynasties that had ruled for centuries were discarded. Germans were told that their country would now be governed by the democratic Weimar Republic.
Wir haben hier eine Nachkriegsgesellschaft, eine Transformationsgesellschaft. Hungerunruhen, die Stadt war voll mit zurückgekehrten Soldaten, die keine Arbeit hatten, waren arbeitslos, sie hatten keine Wohnungen, sie hungerten.
We have the complete breakdown of the monarchical order. The Kaiser was put onto a train and marched off to the Netherlands to live out the rest of his life.
In the ensuing confusion, opposing fringe groups rose up to stake out territories. Violence was the order of the day, with running battles in the streets.
We have well over 50 of these very small splinter groups, all attempting to coax members of the public into their radical nationalism.
Adolf Hitler returned to Munich after World War I, where he'd served as a dispatch runner in a Bavarian regiment. He was 30 years old, and without any formal education or career prospects, he chose to stay in the army.
1919 meldete sich Hitler für die Propagandaeinheit der Bayerischen Reichswehr, die gerade eben erst ins Leben gerufen wurde, und unter Hauptmann Karl Mayr agierte und deren Aufgabe war, bolschewistische Umtriebe unter den Soldaten zu verhindern.
One fringe group on the army's watch list was the DAP, or German Workers' Party. Founded by locksmith Anton Drexler, it was a small right-wing nationalist group with only a few dozen members that habitually held meetings in the beer halls of Bavaria.
Das waren Eisenbahnmitarbeiter, die sich dort zusammenfanden. Sie waren unzufrieden, natürlich mit dem verlorenen Krieg, dem ökonomischen Niedergang, dass man den Versailler Vertrag unterschreiben musste, dass man im Grunde gedemütigt war vor aller Welt als allein Kriegsschuld. Also man kann sich vorstellen, die Stimmung war schlecht in diesem Bierhall.
It's in this context that Hitler goes into the meeting of the DAP and he's incensed when he hears one of the speakers talking about the prospects for Bavarian separatism, the idea that Bavaria would be its own state. And so he gets out of his chair and says an enormously long and, by some accounts, very impressive speech in favour of a united Germany. In his eyes, Germany is hamstrung by a number of internal and external enemies. In particular, communists, socialists and trade unionists, but also racial others, particularly Jews, but also Roma, Sinti, and those he sees as inferior in the East, Slavic peoples.
Anton Drexler was impressed. This unknown corporal was a captivating, if unsophisticated, speaker, ready to voice sentiments that Drexler and his fringe party shared, but were too afraid to express themselves. Believing that he would be able to control Hitler, Drexler invited him to join the DAP.
Hitler-Anhänger, Bewunderer an, die in ihm eine Alternative zur bestehenden politischen Situation sahen. Es war schon lange so, schon im Grunde seit der Jahrhundertwende, dass man in Deutschland von einem Führer träumte. Nach Ende der Monarchie und mit den ganzen politischen und wirtschaftlichen Problemen kam dieser Führergedanke wieder auf, dass man einen Führer aus dem Volk wollte.
Adolf Hitler believed he was this leader, and he saw the DAP as the supporting pillar in achieving his aim.
I think it's fair to say that even in the early days, even in the beer hall days, Hitler sees himself as a dictator, albeit a dictator of his own party.
Hitler set out to make the DAP matter, and to make it his. That put him at odds with Drexler and the rest of the party leadership.
There was some discussions over joining with another organisation, and eventually Hitler stormed out and said, well, I'm resigning. And they realised by this stage that they needed him. They couldn't let him go.
Derjenige, der die Massen anzieht. Und so kommt es dann tatsächlich dazu, dass Hitler im Juli 1921 Vorsitzender der Nationalsozialistischen Deutschen Arbeiterpartei wird.
Understanding Hitler's path from political nobody to party leader is key to decoding his forthcoming dictatorship. At his suggestion, the DAP was renamed the National Socialist German Workers' Party, or Nazi Party. Governed by the Führerprinzip, it became the main pillar upon which Hitler's vision and ambition would balance.
From this point on, you really see Hitler demanding firm and full control over his party, and eventually he will extend this demand for full and firm control over all of Germany.
Having bullied his way to leader of the fledgling Nazi Party, Hitler set out to convince the German public that he was their best hope for a better future. Supported by party propaganda, a cult of personality was built around him. positioning him as the savior of the German nation.
The cult of personality is really important. It draws on a number of things that already exist in German nationalism, and particularly in right-wing German nationalism. It's the idea that a great man can embody the future of Germany. And it is very much aimed at overturning democracy in Germany.
The primary weapon in Hitler's arsenal was his gift for public speaking.
Hitler also found the power of the spoken word absolutely intoxicating. And here too, he could find a central pillar of his power through his speech, through the power of the spoken word.
So what he did was create a voice for public consumption. Guttural, slightly rasping, slightly staccato.
Es sei, und dies ist unser unbändiger Wille.
It's an immense power coming from a relatively small body.
Bitterliches Gericht zu halten, unser deutsches Vaterland, unser deutsches Volk.
Hitler's genius for public speaking was multifaceted. By promising to restore Germany's pride and former glory, Hitler told the German population what they wanted to hear.
Hitler says in Mein Kampf, we're not speaking to the intelligentsia, we're speaking to the masses. And it has to be simple, it has to be direct, it has to be multiply repeated.
Den Bauer und den deutschen Arbeiter.
And it's a meld not just of the power of the language, but actually the physical dramaturgy of the act. It's how he acts it out with his bodily performance. This is the heart of what Hitler offered. He made politics exciting, arousing, entertaining.
Vergiss 14 Jahre Verfall und hebe dich empor zu 2000 Jahren deutscher Geschichte.
The late 1920s was also a time of great technological advancement, which the Nazi Party leveraged to build the pillars of the Hitler phenomenon. First among these was the PA system loudspeaker, known back then as electro-acoustical magnification.
And this changes everything. He's not having to use a loud hailer. You have great bags of electronically augmented loudspeakers everywhere. And so everyone can hear the message. No one is straining to hear the message. It makes the mass rally possible. It makes Nuremberg possible.
14 Jahre lang haben diese Parteien die deutsche Freiheit vergewaltigt, den deutschen Menschen geknebelt und geschlagen. 2 oder 3 Monate vergangen sind, wird euer Terror beseitigt sein. Verwahren wir Nationalsozialisten!
In the early 1930s, consumer radios were still a luxury item. But the Nazi shrewd master of propaganda, Joseph Goebbels, created a radio cheap enough that every German worker could own one. The result was the Volksempfänger, or low-price people's receiver.
This is absolutely critical. 9 months after attaining power, they have a cheap mass-produced radio, and they later bring out a smaller, even cheaper version, so that the entire country is wired up. But it's wired up in a particular way. You can only get the Nazi and government broadcasts. You can't get foreign broadcasts on this radio.
The number of radio listeners rose from 10,000 in 1924 to 4 million by 1932. And by the middle of 1939, 70% of German households had radios, the highest percentage in the world.
They learned to understand the medium, to flatter it, to use it, to exploit it. Goebbels has a switch in his office where he can just tap into any broadcast going on at the time and speak to the entire German nation that is listening.
Die Verschwörung und Moskau gegen Deutschland. Der Führer blieb nach monatelangem Schweigen.
By utilizing a combination of newspapers, radio broadcasts, films, rallies, and posters to glorify Hitler as a visionary leader, the Nazi propaganda machine was an incredibly modern and effective pillar of power. But to fortify their flourishing rise, the ambitious Nazi Party needed paramilitary support.
One of the markers of fascism is a belief in the efficacy and the value of violence. That violence is one of the ways in which you express your will. It weeds out the weak, it gets rid of your enemies. And early on, Hitler is very much thinking about the transformation of German politics as one of a violent overthrow of the existing regime.
In the early Weimar Republic, fighting between opposing street armies, or Freikorps, was rampant. Arriving in Bavaria, Hitler was impressed by the right-wing clashes with communist militias, and in particular, by the violent tactics of a group of former soldiers known as stormtroopers, led by decorated World War I veteran Ernst Röhm.
Also Ernst Röhm legt geheime Waffenlager an und träumt schon lange von einem Putsch. Er gehört zu den Ersten, die Hitler unterstützten. Er war auch ein extremer Antisemit. Er hasste die Weimarer Republik. Und er sah in Hitler den extremsten Bekämpfer dieser Weimarer Demokratie. Röhm ist derjenige, der Hitler zu Beziehungen in die Reichswehr verhilft. Er wird ja auch nicht umsonst Maschinengewehrkönig von München genannt.
Hitler and Röhm became fast friends, and Röhm's stormtroopers, under the banner of the SA, became the paramilitary pillar of the early Nazi Party.
We see that Röhm becomes responsible for ensuring that the SA is able to push Nazism out onto the streets of Germany. The SA, in effect, made it dangerous to oppose the Nazi Party. The SA publicly attacks trade unionists, socialists, but also Jews and others they feel are undesirable in German society.
Bolstered by this pillar of violence, in November of 1923, Hitler convinced the celebrated war hero General Erich Ludendorff to join him and the SA in a coup known as the Beer Hall Putsch.
Hitler rallies his SA and says, this is the moment we will seize power by force, in the same way that Mussolini had done in Italy. Now, does this violence work? In short, no. Hitler is tried as a criminal for having tried to overthrow the state.
Aus dem Fehlschlag des Putsches lernte Hitler, dass man jetzt nicht an den Strukturen, an den politischen Strukturen vorbei den Staat zu Fall bringen kann. Man muss im Grunde die Demokratie unterwandern, indem man sich in Parlamente wählen lässt. Und genau das taten die Nazis dann auch.
Hitler and the Nazis had far more success manipulating democratic processes. They capitalized on the 1929 New York stock market collapse and turned the Great Depression and ensuing fear and uncertainty into a popularity bonanza. And in the September 1930 Reichstag elections, the Nazi Party won 107 seats, becoming the second largest party in Germany. But Hitler wanted more. So he strategically deployed the SA to foster a climate of fear and intimidation across Germany.
This can involve crashing into socialist and trade union headquarters and attacking the people that live there, looting and plundering the party offices of the Social Democrats and others, and ensuring that there is a climate of fear that surrounds attacks on Nazi Party messages and the Nazi Party itself.
It was a fiendishly shrewd, destabilizing strategy. And it worked, paving the way for Hitler's rise to power. On January 30, 1933, Reich President Paul von Hindenburg appointed Adolf Hitler Chancellor of Germany. He was still an Austrian, and only now would become a German citizen.
So the period between Hitler's putsch attempt and him coming to power sees Hitler's most concerted attempt to use democracy in order to bring about a non-democratic state. Once he has arrived in power, he turns once again to coercion and violence to ensure that nobody can remove the Nazi Party from power.
Within weeks of Hitler's appointment as Chancellor, a fire destroyed the Reichstag Parliament building. A Dutch communist was beheaded for arson, and Hitler and the SA leveraged this as an excuse to perpetrate more violence. There were more than 460 street battles, in which 400 people were seriously injured. 80 were killed. In the stirred-up agitation that followed, the Nazi Party forced through two emergency measures: the Reichstag Fire Decree and the Enabling Act, bringing an end to democratic freedoms and processes, and granting Hitler control over the economy, the media, and the judiciary.
Once the Enabling Act is passed, Germany is effectively a dictatorship, and Hitler is the dictator.
Violence and intimidation were the strengthening pillars of the party state. But when the battle of the streets had been won, the SA remained, and their sheer numbers and reckless discipline became a threat to stability.
So in many ways, the SA are so successful in what they do as a paramilitary force supporting the Nazi Party that they become, in effect, a rival to the standing German army. Now, this rival is seen with great alarm by the German army, who effectively offer Hitler an ultimatum. Either you support us, or we will deal with the SA ourselves. Ultimately, Hitler has no choice but to accede to the wishes of the German army.
This was the opportunity for the SS, Adolf Hitler's fanatically loyal personal bodyguard, to cement its role as a pillar of tyranny.
So when we're considering Nazi violence, on the one hand, we have the crude mass violence of the SA. But alongside that, we also have to think about the sophisticated, highly concerted and well-aimed violence of the SS. The SS, if you like, is the tip of the Nazi spear.
The SS were led by Heinrich Himmler, an ambitious early supporter of Hitler, who would replace Ernst Röhm and become the second most powerful person in the Third Reich.
Bis zur Nacht der langen Messer war Heinrich Himmler ja Ernst Röhm unterstellt. Das heißt, die SA war die große Dachorganisation, unter der sich auch die SS und Himmler persönlich befanden.
But this chain of command was destined to change, as the relationship between Hitler and Röhm soured.
Hitler möchte jetzt ja einen ganz anderen Weg probieren. Er möchte ja nicht mehr als Revolutionär. Hitler will jetzt als demokratischer, während Röhm weiterhin Revolution machen will.
Hitler also had the problem of pacifying the regular army, which had become fearful of the SA. This power struggle ended in a bloody purge, known as the Night of the Long Knives.
Am 30. Juni 1934 beginnt die Nacht der langen Messer. Das heißt, hier beginnt eine Aktion von Göring, Himmler und Hitler, um die SA-Führer zu entmachten, Röhm zu entmachten, aber sich auch innerparteilicher Gegner zu entledigen. Alle, die irgendwann irgendetwas gegen Hitler oder die NSDAP gemacht haben, werden an diesem Tag getötet oder inhaftiert. Es werden ja Tausende, 2000 Menschen ungefähr, wir wissen gar nicht genau wie viel, getötet während dieses Tages und während dieser Nacht.
The victims were branded traitors and mutineers. And Hitler told the Reichstag less than 2 weeks after the killings, "I gave the order to shoot the main culprits." But it was Heinrich Himmler and his black-clad SS who carried out the murders.
The Night of the Long Knives demonstrates that Hitler is not opposed to betraying those closest to him. We see that most vividly in his treatment of Ernst Röhm, who cannot believe, right up until the moment he is executed, that Hitler would do this to him. And in Hitler's mind, political power and violence are intertwined.
As one pillar of tyranny was torn down, another took its place. One that had sworn personal loyalty, not to Germany, but rather to Adolf Hitler.
The power of the SA, the stormtroopers, diminished at the same time as the power of the SS increased rapidly. The SS effectively became a state within a state.
Understanding how the Nazi state within a state supported Hitler is key to understanding his tyrannical reign. And at the head of this shadow state was the Gestapo, the all-powerful and incredibly frightening secret police, led by Heinrich Himmler.
Die Gestapo ist ein Teil der SS, die Organisation, die für die Sicherheit nicht nur Hitlers zuständig ist, sondern des gesamten Reiches. Also ihr wird letztlich auch die Polizei unterstellt. Eine Gestapo etabliert, um Jagd tatsächlich auf Andersdenkende zu machen, die inneren Feinde, wie es immer hieß, die Kommunisten, Sozialisten, Juden, zu inhaftieren und im Grunde aus der Volksgemeinschaft herauszudrängen.
Himmler and his secret police created a society of fear and suspicion, where neighbor spied on neighbor, and betrayal became a staple of daily life.
The Gestapo used so-called fog and night measures to control German society. They would knock on the door in the middle of the night after having been informed that somebody was against the Nazi Party. Now, this could be because of perceived racial transgressions, perceived disloyal remarks, or because of political dissent against the Nazi Party. The knock on the door from the Gestapo became the most feared aspect of Nazi rule, particularly inside Germany.
The Gestapo were never very large. You don't need many of them because so many people are prepared to betray their neighbor, to declare them ideologically deficient, subversive, and so forth. It turns Germany into a nation of snitches. Children denounce their parents. Your friends, your workmates, your neighbors, they were the police. And this is the critical thing to realize. There are two states in Nazi Germany. There's the formal German state, and there is the SS, who do everything.
Hitler now stood atop a double regime. All government structures under the Weimar Republic and the earlier empire were matched by this competing, contradicting, and undermining party state.
They have the phrase working towards the Führer. What they're doing is struggling to interpret people's will. And since you have competing bureaucracies, they each offer a different bureaucratic and political product. But Hitler is going around blessing all of it, sprinkling it with his holy water, not really wanting to be bothered. It is the most extraordinary system of government which ever existed.
As inefficient as it was, the leaders of industry had long been advocates for the state that Hitler promised them. After Hitler's stormtroopers violently dismantled the trade union movement, the industrialists were firmly on side.
Genauso wie alle anderen demokratischen Institutionen mussten natürlich auch die Gewerkschaften vereinheitlicht werden, um sie besser zu kontrollieren. Also es wird eine Einheitsgewerkschaft gegründet, die von Robert Ley angeführt wird und der alle anderen Gewerkschaften sich unterordnen müssen. Es ging hier immer darum, etwas zu zentralisieren, die Macht zu zentralisieren, um sie besser kontrollieren zu können.
On August 2nd, 1934, Reich President Paul von Hindenburg died. The Nazi Party held a referendum asking the German people to vote for the roles of Chancellor and President to be combined into a single person. On August 19th, 1934, almost 90% of voters said yes. Adolf Hitler was now the Führer.
One Reich, one Volk, one Führer is the key political idea of the time. And it captures the idea that one man, the Führer, Hitler, can embody the whole nation and is the source of all political decision-making, of all political legitimacy within the nation.
And a Reich that was expected to last 1,000 years needed a pillar that could control young people.
The German youth was an absolutely central part of Hitler's ideology, but also a fundamental pillar of support for the National Socialist state. The Nazis used the classroom then as a way in which to put forward their ideology, kind of disguised as education, because it's taking place in the schools and in the classroom.
If you can win over the youth, you have captured the future of Germany. And so youth activities are hugely important, and propaganda directed at youth are hugely important for the party.
Hitler's belief in controlling every aspect of young people's lives is key to decoding his dictatorship. Youth policy was all about shaping the minds and values of German youth. The school curriculum was rewritten, and membership of Nazi youth movements became compulsory for all German boys and girls.
There was the Deutsches Jungvolk for the boys aged 10 to 14, and then the Hitlerjugend, the Hitler Youth, for the older boys 14 to 18. So it meant that all the other different kinds of youth groups were eliminated and in fact illegal. Only the Hitler Youth existed.
And the emphasis was on sporting activities, on camping trips, on hiking, and propaganda. And this kind of emphasis on physical activity and on propaganda to the expense of intellectual activity was a common feature of the education system under the Nazis.
And that was all connected to this ideology of Blut und Boden, or blood and soil, and really going into things like orienteering and preparations for kind of pre-military drills, skills that were going to get these youth ready for war.
Und was wir tun, wir werden vergehen, aber euch wird Deutschland weiterleben. Und wenn von uns nichts mehr übrig sein wird, dann werden wir die Fahne, die wir einst aus dem Nichts hochgezogen haben, in euren Fäusten halten müssen.
While German boys were being groomed for the military, German girls were expected to play a different, albeit equally important role in the future of the Reich.
The socialization of German girls sort of took place in parallel through the League of German Girls. So the ultimate aim for the young German girl was to become a future mother. So she had to be neat and tidy, she had to be of good health, presented well in her uniform and her hair tidy, no makeup. Very important was physical fitness, because the Nazis believed that fit girls would become fit mothers.
In the classrooms, a crucial pillar of Nazi education was the indoctrination of racial theory.
Children were expected to keep a race book in which they were to collect caricatures and stereotypes of the different races, to consider great men of the past and how their Aryan heritage was manifest in these great individuals, and basically to see the world through the lens of race.
Beyond that, the classroom was used to put forward anti-Semitic ideology, in particular through some very heinous publications, like one called the poisonous mushroom, the gift pills, which shows a mushroom with this kind of very stereotypic image of the Jew. So that's very important too in the establishment of anti-Semitic ideology and in the permeation of youth with those kinds of ideas.
Life under the Third Reich was all about loyalty to Hitler and the Nazi Party, from cradle to grave.
This popular joke that went around in the 1930s, with the father in the SA, the Stormtroopers, the mother in the Frauenschaft, which was the Nazi women's group, the son in the Hitler Youth, and the daughter in the League of German Girls. Where does the ideal Nazi family meet? At the annual rally at Nuremberg. So the family was all about a healthy mother and father giving birth to as many healthy babies as possible.
Die Idee dieses Führerstaates war, dass man eine neue Volksgemeinschaft bildet, das Volk ein. Und hier ging es aber nicht um Inklusion, sondern um Exklusion. Das heißt, zur Volksgemeinschaft durften nur die Arier, die wirklichen Deutschen, gehören.
Hitler's views on race, expressed at length in Mein Kampf, were arguably the most fundamental pillar of his tyrannical reign. The Nazi Party set out a 25-point program that encapsulated its nationalist, racist, authoritarian, and anti-Semitic ideologies. Two central fixtures of this plan were Lebensraum, the creation of living space by taking over eastern territories inhabited by Slavic peoples, whom the Nazis considered inferior, and Judenrein, cleansing Germany of Jews, initially by deportation, and culminating in the Nazis' final solution, the systematic genocide of 6 million Jews in the Holocaust.
Das nationalsozialistische Regime war ein verbrecherisches, mörderisches Regime. Von Anfang an, seit 1933, wurden politische Gegner, andersdenkende Juden verfolgt, inhaftiert, gefoltert, getötet. Mit Beginn des Krieges fängt nicht nur ein Krieg an, um Gebiete zurückzuerobern, sondern der Krieg ist von Anfang an, seit 1939, auch ein Vernichtungskrieg.
The first concentration camp was opened near the town of Dachau on the 22nd of March 1933 by Heinrich Himmler.
Initially, the concentration camps are aimed at leftists, trade unionists, communists, and socialists. After that, they are aimed at so-called asocial elements, that is to say, the homeless, alcoholics, people who had been identified as disruptive to German society in a very kind of mundane way. But of course, alongside these also came the locking up of Jewish Germans.
For the Jewish population, the end of democracy and the stamping of Nazi authority means a substantial increase in anti-Semitism and anti-Semitic attacks. Those will continue to ramp up during the lifespan of the Nazi regime.
On April 1st, 1933, Hitler's propaganda minister Joseph Goebbels orchestrated a campaign to boycott Jewish businesses. And in September 1935, during the annual Nuremberg rally, the party introduced the Nuremberg race laws, stripping Jews of their civil rights and citizenships and banning marriage between Jews and Germans.
This anti-Semitic policy culminated on the 9th of November 1938 in Reichskristallnacht, the Night of the Broken Glass. This night saw unprecedented violence against Germany's Jewish community right across the nation. There were close to 100 deaths that night. There were 20 to 30,000 Jewish men carted off to Nazi concentration camps, as well as the destruction of countless Jewish homes and businesses. And of course, very importantly, the destruction and burning down of nearly every synagogue in the land.
Kristallnacht becomes a real turning point in the intensification of violence and in the direct persecution of Jewish people. It's presented to the public not as a state action, but as a popular upswelling of anti-Semitism. It wasn't. This was absolutely a government policy.
And so on it goes until you get to the war years, when the answer to the so-called Jewish question becomes one of radical violence and ultimately the Holocaust.
Decoding Hitler's dictatorship down to its core leads directly to anti-Semitism. From his early rants in the Bavarian beer halls to his final statement in the Berlin bunker, where he railed against the so-called Jewish conspiracy, anti-Semitism is the consistent theme in more than 700 speeches and all of his writings. But he never outlined a definitive policy. He left that to his Nazi henchmen and enforcers.
Hitler himself needs to be seen as above elements of German policy that might be seen as controversial. This is part of his myth as the Führer.
Hitler had effectively created a distance between himself and his loyal foot soldiers. This could permit people who supported the Nazi Party to be able to say to one another, if only Hitler knew what was going on, he would surely put a stop to it. When in fact, of course, the party knew all too well what was going on.
No exploration of Hitler's tyrannical reign could be complete without mentioning the German public as a pillar of support. While it's true that not all Germans supported the Nazi policies, a significant portion either actively collaborated or remained silent in the face of the Third Reich's heinous crimes and atrocities.
It's fair to say that in 1933, Germans are not voting for the Holocaust. What they are voting for, however, is an avowedly anti-Semitic party. In that sense, we have to understand that the Nazi period is not simply a period of Hitler dominating all aspects of society alone. And we do have to recognize that the Nazi Party is not alone in its efforts to rid Germany of Jewry, and the German people also have to understand that they bear part of that guilt.
Bertolt Brecht sagte einmal, das Schicksal des Menschen ist der Mensch. Und das zeigte sich insbesondere während des Nationalsozialismus. Hier sehen wir, zu was der Mensch fähig ist, was Menschen anderen Menschen antun können, im Glauben, eine tolle Idee zu haben, die Idee eines neuen Deutschland, die Idee der Weltrettung. Also die Idee, das war die Vorstellung, rechtfertigt alles. Alle Mittel sind gerechtfertigt für den wunderbaren Zweck, ein neues, tolles, wehrhaftes und prosperierendes Deutschland aufzubauen.
Adolf Hitler's rise from a 30-year-old nobody to supreme ruler of a murderous continental empire testifies to the appeal of the populist wave he created, manipulated and oversaw, and to the enabling power of the groups that supported him. Decoding Hitler's tyrannical reign serves as a chilling reminder of the dangers of underestimating megalomaniacal leaders obsessed with their own greatness. And it's not only Hitler that we should remember. It's the lessons from his evil regime and the consequences of his murderous actions that should alert us to confront hatred, bigotry, and tyranny wherever they may rise.
Hitler saw himself as a master builder in both a literal and a figurative sense. He was the builder of a political movement that would lead Germany to glorious heights, and as a part of that, he saw himself as a literal master builder, rebuilding, redesigning Germany's cities to reflect that glorious new future.
Adolf Hitler's disappointment at being rejected by the Vienna Academy of the Arts was tempered by a note that said he showed some ability for architectural drawing. And true to his narcissism, Hitler took this to mean that he could become Germany's greatest architect.
Hitler was a dreamer, he was a fantasist. But I think it's also difficult to disentangle how much he got obsessed with architecture, how much that was to do with his own, perhaps, desire. I wish he could have been an architect. I think there was an element of that. But it was also, I think, it just fitted in to his political vision and the way he wanted to realize his political vision.
Hitler war kein Architekt, war ein Dilettant. Ist eben nicht an der Kunstakademie in Wien genommen worden. Das hat ihn nicht davon abgehalten, sich selber immer wieder als Künstler zu verstehen. Sieht sich auch als Schriftsteller. Man sieht seinen ersten Meldebogen in München, als nach München geht 1912. Da steht drauf Schriftsteller. Der Mann hatte aber gar nichts geschrieben. Das heißt, hat eine ganz andere Sicht von sich selber.
And choosing now to pursue his new dream of becoming an architect, Hitler immediately set about drafting his visions.
At various crucial points in his life, including when he was serving in the German military during the First World War, and of course when he was in prison, he was doing sketches of buildings, including sketches of triumphal arches and grand palaces.
For Hitler, his political ambitions and his architectural passions were two sides of the same coin. One supported the other and vice versa. He enjoyed sketching when he was reviewing the works of other architects. He was not shy about grabbing a pencil or a pen and making corrections or suggestions on their blueprints or their drawings. Sometimes he would deliver long lectures late into the night about certain architectural trends, styles, or histories that fascinated him.
Hitler's dream of restoring Germany's greatness included grandiose plans to transform its landscape with monumental structures that were not only buildings, but also powerful strongholds of the Third Reich's ideological control. This dream became an obsession once he came to power. And the person charged with realizing Hitler's extravagant visions was a young architect called Albert Speer.
Albert Speer war der Sohn eines Mannheimer Architekts, der in der Kaiserzeit sehr erfolgreich gewesen ist. Albert Speer lebt im Wohlstand. Warum interessiert der sich für die Nationalsozialisten? Er sieht in den Nazis eine junge Bewegung, weg von diesem ganzen Adel, diesem ganzen Reichtum. Man will eine klassenlose, sozialistische Gesellschaft. Und das wirkt auch auf Speer. Eine neue Gesellschaft, eine Volksgemeinschaft, im Grunde auch eine Elite, nämlich die Arier-Elite, die diese Volksgemeinschaft ausmacht und jetzt ein ganz neues Deutschland bauen will.
Speer was bedazzled when he meets Hitler. There's a kind of alchemy, because what Hitler is seeing in Speer is his own ideal self. What Hitler might have been and could have been had he come from a better background, a more determining family. And so Speer is a way of self-fulfillment, that he becomes a kind of alter ego. Hitler can really live and fulfill himself through Albert Speer.
By pandering to the Führer's every architectural whim, at least on paper, Albert Speer rose quickly through Hitler's inner circle.
I think a key part of the relationship between Hitler and Speer was Speer's willingness to bend and try to realize Hitler's ambitions. Speer was, by all accounts, a careerist, an opportunist. Some of his earliest designs from the early 1930s actually featured very modernist Weimar-era designs. He clearly turned away from those as he joined the Nazi Party and became closer and closer with Hitler and began designing traditionalist, monumental, neoclassicist architecture.
As Speer and Hitler's close relationship blossomed through architectural dreams, Hitler came to regard Albert Speer as the Reich's greatest architect.
Speer wasn't the greatest architect in Germany. He was a pretty competent architect, and he was a very good organizer. But actually, he basically won Hitler's affection and admiration and his regard for him as an architect by simply doing what he wanted him to do. The secret, if you like, of the relationship, why Speer became the #1 architect in Nazi Germany, is because when Hitler said do this, he basically tried to do it. Whereas some others might have said, hang on a minute, this isn't really realistic.
In Mein Kampf, Hitler complained that Germany's cities lacked monumentality and grandeur. He handed his early sketches of his grand designs to Speer, who curried favor by building cardboard models of these unrealistic visions, such as a gigantic triumphal arch for Berlin that would dwarf the Arc de Triomphe in Paris.
So it was all about doing things on a phenomenally large scale and about outdoing, as it were, one's competitors, in other words, other countries.
The Congress Hall in Nuremberg would be mimicking and rivaling the Colosseum in Rome. Many of the largest state architect projects commissioned by Hitler had clear antecedents in antiquity and the Renaissance.
While most of Hitler's grand visions remained unrealized, Albert Speer achieved a significant feat in designing the Nuremberg Rally Stadium.
So the Nuremberg Rally Grounds were constructed actually initially in one part of a big public park on the outskirts of Nuremberg. Hitler then decided that that wasn't big enough, so they built another one, the Zeppelin Field. That thing that people have heard of, the great big grandstand which had Hitler's podium on it.
Speer built the Nuremberg Zeppelin Field into a neoclassical architectural stronghold that stood as one of the most potent symbols of the Third Reich's ambitions.
Adolf Hitler! Dich! Dich! Dich!
Speer beginnt ja in seiner Arbeit für Hitler als Kulissenbauer in Nürnberg. Das heißt, er ist auch ein Propagandist. Er ist zuständig dafür, die Bühne für Hitler, für den großen Führer zu bereiten. Er bereitet auch ganz neue Formen der Darstellung. Es werden Lichtdome errichtet, die ganze Szenerie in ein ganz neues Licht tauchen.
What Speer did was to create a whole spectacle, and this really was something that was used to underpin and showcase Hitler's power. So through not just the space itself, but also through the use of symbols, through the swastika flags, through the lighting. So he used something like 150 spotlights to create this cathedral of lights. So it was very dramatic, also using sound and music too. So the whole thing was absolutely awe-inspiring.
Hitler and Speer's Nuremberg stronghold lives on in the Leni Riefenstahl film Triumph of the Will. Still regarded as one of the most effective pieces of Nazi propaganda, it's renowned for groundbreaking cinematography and powerful imagery that skillfully showcase Speer's design to glorify the Third Reich and manipulate public emotions.
Well, this is the ultimate rock concert, which should also be quite disturbing, because apparently David Bowie and Mick Jagger are recorded as having watched it 8 times together. They saw a direct transliteration from this world of the Nazi rally into the world of rock concerts. In other words, implicitly, Hitler is a rock star.
The use of lighting, the use of music, the use of marching troops, and of course the incessant, passionate speeches from Hitler and others.
Nur zu denken an Deutschland, an Volk und an Reich, an unsere deutsche Nation. Unser deutsches Volk siegt ein!
It was a massive, as I say, quasi-religious celebration. It was first of all designed to demonstrate to the German people that Germany was on the up again. I think there was also an element in the Nuremberg rallies of not just impressing the German people, but slightly intimidating them. You are just one small figure in probably 150 to 200,000 people in this parade ground. And, you know, you're part of a bigger thing, of which Hitler is the undisputed, clear, sole leader.
Creating architectural strongholds was not only a tool for Nazi propaganda, but also a reflection of Hitler's obsession with power and control. And when it came to managing his war, Hitler sought to build headquarters that were at once symbolic of his authority and pragmatic in their military functionality.
Hitler ordered the construction of 18 different field headquarters during the course of the Second World War, but only 13 of them were actually used, and some of those were only used for a matter of days. He could have quite easily directed operations from Berlin, but he was feeding into this carefully crafted persona of a hands-on leader, of a man of action, and he wanted to be seen as close to the front lines. These field headquarters allowed him to create that image.
Hitler's numerous field headquarters during the war years echoed his earlier focus on creating grandiose strongholds of Nazi power. In 1934, he'd been in power for a year when he ordered the extravagant refurbishment of the Brown House in Munich, the Nazi Party headquarters, where he laid the foundations for his war.
Hitler had a very close relationship with Munich. And Munich was, and certainly in Hitler's mind, in reality was, the birthplace of Nazism. And that was reflected in the fact that a number of buildings were either built or acquired to be important Nazi buildings there. One of the most important was the Brown House, was the old Palais Barlow, which was actually donated to the Nazis by its previous owner and then remodeled by Speer in a very, very grand way to be the Nazi Party headquarters in Munich. And there were lots of grand features to this building inside.
The renovated Brown House was a stronghold that reflected the Führer's new confidence in power. It took flack from the democratic press, which mocked the new HQ, calling it Palais Megalomania and the Nazi bigwig's mansion.
Hitler had an office in the Brown House in Munich. Beautifully furnished, swastikas on the ceiling, a picture of Henry Ford on the wall, portrait of Frederick the Great. But he was almost never there. Somebody would want to meet him and he says, well, I'm busy, we'll do this tomorrow. And he was out again, for it was kind of catch as catch can.
The Brown House was quite badly damaged by bombing. So the Brown House is no longer there, but the Nazi story lives on that site.
In September 1939, Hitler launched his war by invading Poland. And because his planned field headquarters were still under construction, he conducted operations from his special train, the Führersonderzug. Used frequently throughout the war, it was a mobile command center equipped with communication facilities and living quarters.
And the trains were a work of art. They had gunners, they had all kinds of bureaucrats and advanced telecommunications equipment and so forth. And of course, great luxury apartments for the Führer and his paladins. And that's how they got around. It was in many ways easier than by air and certainly a great deal safer.
Hitler wasn't really a great military strategist, and there was an awful lot of reactive behavior during the war in terms of how to conduct the war rather than a proactive plan that they stuck to. But the contrast with Churchill is actually quite interesting because, of course, Churchill had a bunker. It's what we now call the Churchill War Rooms underneath Whitehall in the middle of London. And Churchill very strongly believed that it was important for morale that the headquarters were known to be in London, and that's where they should remain. Whereas Hitler darted about all over the place.
The first of a series of Führer bunkers was built near Bad Nauheim, which Hitler called Felsennest, or Eyrie.
The first of these relatively modest, they were rather utilitarian, practical concrete bunkers or stockhouses. that in some cases were designed as cottages, often obviously in secluded locations, kind of reflecting the course of the war.
As victory followed victory, Hitler moved to a HQ stronghold named Wolfsschlucht, Wolf's Canyon, on the Franco-Belgian frontier. It was here that he heard the news of the fall of France and performed the celebration captured by the newsreel camera.
It was the scene of the French surrender, and he forced it onto them in the actual carriage where the surrender had taken place in Compiègne in 1918, where the Germans had surrendered. And it's a massive humiliation on the French.
In July 1941, as German troops began their assault on the Soviet Union, Hitler moved to East Prussia, to his most significant stronghold, the Wolfschanze, or Wolf's Lair.
I think one of the most interesting Hitler headquarters was the Wolf's Lair, which is in an area which is now part of Poland. And Hitler is said to have spent about 800 days, so more than 2 years of the war there.
The Wolf's Lair started as a relatively modest field headquarters with relatively modest air raid bunkers, communications, and command centers. But over the years, the size of the bunkers increased dramatically as Hitler grew increasingly fearful for his own personal safety. The Wolf's Lair would eventually comprise approximately 100 different buildings, including its own rail line, an adjacent airfield, all surrounded by minefields and barbed wire, and of course Hitler's elite SS bodyguards.
It was an enormous place. There were about 2,500 people working there. It covered several square kilometers, 3 security zones. It was described by Field Marshal Jodl, Chief of Staff in Germany, as a sort of mixture of cloister and concentration camp.
The Wolf's Lair is perhaps the most infamous of Hitler's headquarters, because it's the stronghold that saved his life.
It was the location of probably the most dramatic of a number of assassination attempts on Hitler. This was July 1944, when a number of Hitler's generals decided that they would try and kill him, what was known as Operation Valkyrie. There's more for the fact that they were certain that he was leading Germany to defeat.
Operation Valkyrie was spearheaded by Colonel Klaus von Stauffenberg. The plan was to detonate 2 bombs inside the Wolf's Lair stronghold during one of Hitler's war cabinets.
And a suitcase containing a bomb was left under an oak table in the sort of operations room there. 4 people did die in the explosion, but Hitler suffered relatively minor injuries and survived. The 3 chief plotters were found straight away and executed that very night in Berlin. So the Wolf's Lair is known for that.
On April 1st, 1945, Hitler moved to his final stronghold in Berlin, the bunker system below the Reich Chancellery.
So Hitler's last field headquarters was the so-called Führer bunker, which was under the Reich Chancellery garden in Berlin. It was here where Hitler spent the last couple months directing the defense of Berlin primarily.
I mean, when the Reich Chancellery was built by Speer as a grand Berlin residence for the Führer in the 30s, the underground facilities were built. It was built initially really as an air raid shelter, but during the war they were extended and really turned into a proper underground command post with room for staff, living quarters for Hitler and others, and the ability and the communications to be able to control the war from there.
Hitler's Führer bunker was a heavily fortified stronghold located 8.5 meters below ground and equipped with heating, electricity, and water facilities that serviced living quarters for the Führer, members of his inner circle, and about 30 of his support staff. He had a command center conference room, a map room, and Hitler's lavishly furnished private study.
On the wall, there were 2 portraits. There's one of Frederick the Great, who was his great military hero, and on the other wall was a portrait of his mother.
So this was an extensive underground complex designed to be somewhere that was safe, from which the war could still be waged. By the time Hitler was actually using it, the war was well and truly lost, although Hitler perhaps didn't acknowledge that. But it turned out to be the place in which the war was finally lost and Hitler finally gave up.
Hitler's last day has been well documented in films, documentaries, and the historical record. On April 30th, 1945, he had lunch, tested a cyanide capsule by poisoning his dog, and committed suicide alongside newly wedded wife and longtime consort Eva Braun.
The bunker as the place where, if you like, the idea of Nazism and of its founder literally died. It has a very symbolic importance. I suppose somehow it sort of feels appropriate that one of the most evil regimes in certainly modern human history came to an end, buried 8 meters or so below ground in a rather grubby bunker under Berlin.
Adolf Hitler's last stronghold had been breached, and in its ruins, his grand drawings, plans, and models remained. A chilling yet pathetic testimony to how the architect of so much terror, destruction, and unprecedented genocidal murder had dreamed of being a builder to match history's greatest.
The post-war history of the bunker is quite interesting. It basically was underneath where the Berlin Wall was built. And so actually it was sort of buried by default for a long period of time after the war. When Germany was reunited, some of the remains were discovered, but they were basically filled in. And now there's a very modest interpretation board in what is a car park over where it was, which explains that it was there. But perhaps rather appropriately, it's literally a stone's throw from where the Holocaust Memorial has been built in more recent years in the center of Berlin.
In addition to Hitler's headquarters, other places that could legitimately be classed as Führer strongholds are those where he sought refuge. Chief amongst these is the Berghof, Hitler's sprawling mountain retreat and primary residence in the Bavarian Alps, which became an alternate seat of government.
So in 1933, Hitler purchased the so-called Berghof estate, an alpine chalet above Berchtesgaden in the Bavarian Alps. Over the next several years, Hitler had the relatively modest chalet expanded into a veritable seat of government, in some ways a de facto field headquarters for Hitler's supervision of the war. Over time, many of Hitler's top lieutenants would also build chalets in close proximity to him, including Speer. Many locals were displaced in the process. Hitler seems to have given little thought to that or how it conflicted with his image as being a man of the people.
Even when you look at Hitler's itinerary with his travel, he spent as much time on the Obersalzberg as he could. Berlin was the capital of the Reich, but it really was ruled from the Obersalzberg and from the Berghof in particular.
The Berghof complex had a wireless station, 3 telephone exchanges, and a post office. It had an underground tunnel complex and bunker, complete with medical facilities and an operating room, while nearby Berchtesgaden had a railway station and an airstrip for Hitler's personal use. It was all paid for by money deducted from German workers' wages, by their tycoon bosses, and deposited into an Adolf Hitler industrial fund.
For the design and the furnishing of the Berghof, Hitler and his designers spared no expense. They used the finest materials for the flooring, for the furnishings, including very modern technological features such as a very large panoramic window which offered sweeping vistas of the Bavarian Alps and could be lowered down to allow an unobstructed view of the beautiful surroundings.
Das Problem war, das monierte dann später Albert Speer, dass sich direkt unter diesem Fenster Garagen befanden, sodass man natürlich immer die Abgase dann sozusagen einatmen musste, wenn man vor diesem geöffneten Panoramafenster stand. Aber alles in allem war es eine sehr beeindruckende Architektur und war tatsächlich für den Zweck, den Hitler damit verfolgt hat, gebaut worden.
In November 1938, the month of the pogrom against the Jews known as Kristallnacht, readers of Homes and Gardens magazine were offered a pictorial tour of Hitler's chalet in the Bavarian Alps in an article entitled Hitler's Mountain Home.
The contrast between life on the Berghof and the nightmare realities of the concentration camp and extermination camp systems is beyond conception. And Hitler's removed from that. He famously, toward the end of the war, when the German cities were bombed and his train would go through cities, he would draw the curtains down on the train so he wouldn't see the destruction that was taking place, and kept the nightmare realities as much as possible away from him.
During his rise to power, Hitler sought recreation on the Baltic coast, and in keeping with his wish to be perceived as a man of the people, he ordered the construction of a gigantic holiday resort called Prora, a recreational stronghold for German workers as a Strength Through Joy initiative.
If I had to choose one bit of Nazi architecture that somehow is the most surreal and bizarre thing that was actually built, and is still there, it's the Prora Rügen holiday complex on the Baltic coast. Big sort of apartment blocks stretching about 5 kilometers along the coast. This enormous holiday camp, really, where ordinary Germans could go and have an affordable, enjoyable Nazi holiday.
What was designed to host something like 20,000 guests in 10,000 rooms. So it was a really vast kind of holiday resort for the workers on the beautiful Baltic coast. Now, in fact, it was never completed and never opened to the public for business. So it was kind of one of these grandiose schemes that sort of never really met its potential or kind of came into being.
But it still sits there on the Baltic coast. It's now being turned into luxury apartments, ironically. In a sense, the original intention of the Nazis has been realised nearly 100 years later, but in a rather different form.
Der 11. Olympiade neuer Zeitrechnung eröffnet.
Berlin won the right to host the 1936 Olympic Games before Hitler came to power. The Games presented the Nazis with a golden opportunity to turn an international sporting event into an Aryan stronghold and showcase the Third Reich's strength to the world.
The building of the Olympic Stadium in Berlin is a really interesting story, and it's a very good example of the role that architecture played in the Nazi regime. The original plans for a new Olympic Stadium, which were already underway when the Nazis came to power, were dropped, and they designed and built a bigger stadium.
The architecture mostly featured many of the hallmarks of Hitler's state architecture. A lack of ornamentation, expansive use of limestone, oversized spaces and structures, carefully landscaped grounds decorated with oversized statues of Aryan athletes displaying their athletic prowess.
The Berlin Games were intended to also propagate the Nazi vision of racial superiority, and that required some cynical smoke and mirrors.
By 1936, there was some disquiet in other countries in the world about the Nazis' attitude to Jewish people. When the Olympics were on, pretty much all the anti-Semitic activity in Germany was curtailed.
The Nazis were very careful to take down all the anti-Semitic posters and placards in order not to draw attention to this aspect of their policy, to the Olympic teams, but also to the international press.
Events, however, didn't quite follow Hitler's script.
The Nazis' theories of Aryan superiority were dealt a bit of a blow, particularly by Jesse Owens, the black American athlete who won 4 gold medals. So of course it will always be associated with the 1936 Berlin Olympics and Hitler striding to the platform and all of that. But actually plenty of other things have happened there, including Jesse Owens, which means its history is wider than the Nazis, and I think it's a good thing that it's been preserved and is still there.
The Berlin Olympic Stadium fell into disrepair, and when Germany won the bid to host the 2006 FIFA Soccer World Cup, there was talk about demolishing the aging stadium, given its association with the murderous Nazi legacy. However, recognizing its robust construction, it was decided to rather refurbish the stadium. And in a twist of historical irony, the renovated stadium now commemorates African-American athlete Jesse Owens.
One of the roads leading to it is called the Jesse Owens Way. So it's a good example, actually, of something which, maybe this sounds controversial, but I would say that Nazi architecture is not necessarily bad architecture just because it's Nazi architecture.
Pre-war Nazi architecture, exemplified in the grandeur of the Berghof, vast stadiums and party headquarters, was conceived and built to underpin the power and ideology of the regime. During the war, this architectural focus needed to shift to more practical strongholds, to adapt to the prolonged and intensifying conflict.
So the construction of defensive fortifications of various types of walls and bunkers played a major role in Hitler's strategy for his war of conquest. Ultimately, many of these structures originated from Hitler's realization that he simply lacked the manpower to defend Germany at every place and at every time. The solution was to construct massive bunkers, massive artillery batteries that could be manned by relatively few people and yet defend large swaths of territory.
Hitler began his Festung stronghold preparations as early as 1936 with the construction of the West Wall, or Siegfried Line. The 630-kilometer-long barrier stretched from the Swiss border in the south to the North Sea coast. It was intended to defend against an attack from France and England.
There were rows and rows of bunkers. By some counts, nearly 13,000 different bunkers and pillboxes that comprised the West Wall. In between those fortifications, there were miles and miles of other types of obstacles, most notably dragon's teeth, so large concrete pillars designed to impale vehicles, as well as tank ditches and other types of obstacles to impede movement.
France was also relying on its own defensive wall, the Maginot Line. However, Germany's shocking defeat of France through Blitzkrieg, the integration of air, artillery, and infantry forces in a rapid attack, exposed the weaknesses of such defensive walls.
It didn't stop them at all. Nevertheless, Hitler thought it was worthwhile having similar defensive fortifications to defend the Reich, which was an interesting sort of contradiction in a way.
As the war progressed and Germany's fortunes changed, the Wehrmacht became more and more stretched as it sought to halt mounting Allied pressure. In 1942, Hitler ordered the construction of yet another defensive wall, the Atlantic Wall, as the beginning of a larger strategy called Fortress Europa. A 2,400-kilometer-long stronghold stretching along the coast from the French-Spanish border in the south to the northern tip of Norway. The Atlantic Wall was a massive fortification, comprising bunkers, gun emplacements, minefields, and concrete anti-tank and underwater obstacles.
A tremendous amount of effort was put into it. Some of the original fortifications from the West Wall were basically stripped and used to build some of these defensive fortifications.
So Nazi propaganda portrayed the Atlantic Wall as a nearly impregnable fortress. They focused on some of the largest, most impressive batteries. But much of the Atlantic Wall was constructed of reused, captured, and obsolete artillery pieces and other types of military equipment that had been scavenged from across Europe.
As the planned invasion of the Soviet Union with Operation Barbarossa on the Eastern Front faltered, and the threat of an Allied invasion from the West increased, Hitler upped the ante to transform occupied Europe into an impregnable stronghold by designating selected towns and cities as Festung in a desperate bid to protect his conquests.
You have Festung Europa, so what you've done is subdue all of Europe. But you have to stop. There's the Eastern Front, which was live continuously. There is a kind of Southern Front, although it's a sideshow in North Africa. But the real battle will be the Western Front, because that will involve not only the British Empire, but also critically the Americans, with all their huge production, all their massive technology, all their inexhaustible supplies of men.
In this year 1942, we shall produce 60,000 planes.
Hitler designated several cities along the Atlantic coast, such as Brest in France, as fortresses. Many of these were naval strongpoints in the battle for the Atlantic. Hitler ordered them constructed and surrounded by dozens, if not hundreds, of machine gun firing posts, artillery batteries, and ordered the defenders to stand to the last man.
Although the construction of the Atlantic Wall had begun in 1942, less than 20% of it had actually been fortified by D-Day. The incomplete wall came under significant bombardment when the beaches of Normandy were assaulted by Allied forces on June 6, 1944.
In the end, of course, it didn't work. Particularly the fact that war had transferred in many ways to the air rather than being on the ground. All of that had changed the nature of war. But the idea that Germany could be defended by the building of these fortifications was something which Hitler actually believed in.
Despite the propaganda value, the Allies managed to breach the Atlantic Wall on the first day, although some units suffered very heavy casualties. I think a major weakness was simply the scale, the range of territories that they were trying to defend with increasingly limited resources, both in terms of manpower as well as military hardware.
In stark contrast to his grandiose architectural dreams, Adolf Hitler's dispassionate lack of empathy for human life, whether his own troops or the millions of victims murdered under his radical racial policies, offers a profound insight into his ruthless dictatorship, revealing a man who sought to stronghold his own power and immortality, indifferent to the immense suffering his visions inflicted.
So essentially what the Nazis did was to use slave labor, forced labor, to quarry the stone that would put into place their grandiose architectural plans and schemes. And of course this is very critical because those prisoners, those forced laborers who were quarrying that stone, that were kind of putting into stone the foundations of the Third Reich, were in fact often worked to death through a policy, an actual policy, called annihilation through labor.
Concentration and labor camps such as Sachsenhausen, Mauthausen and Flossenburg were deliberately set up next to stone quarries to ensure a constant supply of building materials for Hitler's strongholds, both real and imaginary. And pet architect Albert Speer was put in charge of the slave labor workforce, known as the Arbeitskommando.
Slaves in the historical sense are chattels. There is no benefit to be derived from working a slave to death. With the Third Reich, it was different. The slavery was punitive. The death of the slave was not an undesirable end because they could always be replenished with more. It was part of their punishment for being who they were, whether Russian prisoners of war or Untermensch or Slav or Jews. People are being worked to death. They are expendable.
Once the war began, these main concentration camps really developed into expansive networks of labor camps, and sub-camps, and in effect outsourcing of prisoner labor, slave labor, to work in munitions factories across Germany.
Of the 10,000 inmates drafted into Albert Speer's Arbeitskommando at Sachsenhausen concentration camp, only 200 survived.
Das war sozusagen die Arbeitskraft, die Speer nutzte. Und er wusste natürlich genau, was in den Konzentrationslagern vor sich ging, denn die Menschen vor Ort gehörten ja zu seinen Arbeitern, ja. Und nicht nur das, sondern als Kriegsminister, sondern auch als Architekt sorgte er dafür, dass beispielsweise noch 1944 auch Auschwitz erweitert und ausgebaut werden sollte. Also er war ganz tief involviert in die Vernichtungspolitik, in den Holocaust der Nationalsozialisten. Er war ja selber ein Nationalsozialist.
Perhaps Hitler's most unrealistic architectural dream was the transformation of Berlin into Germania, to be the world's greatest capital city.
The most grandiose of all the Nazis' architectural plans were the plans for Berlin. Hitler and Speer wanted to rebuild Berlin as the Welthauptstadt, the capital of a German-dominated world. There would be a triumphal arch, which the Arc de Triomphe in Paris would have fitted underneath. There would have been the People's Hall, the Volkshalle, about 16 times the size of the Dome of St. Peter's in Rome. Buildings of a scale that we just perhaps can't imagine.
Plans for Germania were swiftly drawn up by Albert Speer and presented to the public on January 28, 1938. Many thousands of Berliners were forcibly rehoused in homes taken from deported Jewish families to make way for Hitler's titanic stronghold.
I mean, these buildings would have been out of all proportion to their surroundings. Speer's own father, who was himself an architect, basically laughed at them and, having looked at the plan, said, "You've all gone absolutely crazy."
Nothing of the Führer's unrealistic vision for Germania was actually built. But for the 130,000 slaves in Speer's Berlin Arbeitskommando and the tens of thousands who died quarrying stone or baking bricks in preparation for the monumental build, Germania was all too real.
So even though these things weren't built, preparations took place and there was a human cost, so we shouldn't forget that.
Yet another unrealistic stronghold dreamt up by Hitler and embraced by Speer was the transformation of Linz, the Austrian town of Hitler's childhood, into a grand cultural center to surpass Vienna, Paris, and Budapest.
Hitler's vision included a total redesign of the city of Linz, focused on various types of cultural amenities, a new opera house, a new theater, concert halls. The centerpiece of this new Linz would be the so-called Führer Museum, a massive new art and sculpture museum that would include artworks personally selected by Hitler and his top lieutenants, most of which would be stolen from various collections across Europe.
Albert Speer humored Hitler in his vision for Linz by creating a cardboard model of the Führer Museum. Planning began in 1939, and the completion date for the Linz project was set for 1950. In reality, the only part of the plan that was actually constructed was a single bridge over the Danube River, built out of material quarried at the Mauthausen concentration camp.
Perhaps most remarkably, even as late as April 1945, just before the end, just before Hitler's suicide, he was still thinking about Linz. He had a model of it, what the Führer Museum would have been like, in his bunker in Berlin. And apparently was still ordering the confiscation of various artworks to go in this museum.
And despite all of the calamities unfolding around him, Hitler apparently spent hours, often late into the evening, gazing at this model of Linz, looking for refinements, considering certain vantage points or vistas or promenades, offering suggestions. In some sense, it's a symbol of Hitler's growing disconnect from reality.
In his final days, Hitler secluded himself in his Führer bunker, surrounded by cardboard models of his grand visions and impossible dreams as his Reich crumbled into rubble. His architectural strongholds, from the luxurious Berghof and Braunhaus and the imposing stadiums of Nuremberg and Berlin, to the never-to-be-realized plans for Germania and Linz, reflect the delusions of grandeur that characterized his tyrannical reign. Decoding the Dictator reveals how Hitler's end mirrored the ultimate failure of his entire legacy, underscoring the inhumanity, megalomania, and catastrophic consequences of his despotic reign in a stark reminder of the dangers of unchecked tyranny.
Also wuchs quasi über sich hinaus und glaubte selber, sei ein Genie. So, und dann beginnt mit dem Krieg, der immer wieder oder mehr und mehr verloren geht an den Fronten. Alles bricht zusammen. Deutschland selber wird angegriffen. Da fällt auch Hitler in sich zusammen. Und er wird wieder zu dem, der er am Anfang war, ein Niemand. Wenn wir uns die Hitler-Biografien ansehen, dann erscheint seine Umgebung immer nur als irgendwelche Helfer, die ihm die Türen öffnen oder mit ihm in irgendwelchen Cafés herumlungern. Tatsächlich ist es so, dass dieser Kreis, der frühe Kreis der 20er Jahre, Hitler politisch erst ermöglicht. Und sie beraten ihn und sie begleiten ihn, sie finanzieren ihn. Das heißt, er befindet sich im Verhältnis zu diesem Kreis in einem Abhängigkeitsverhältnis.
The dynamics of these social and personal relationships are actually quite interesting because in the early years, Hitler needed, in order to grow the party and to develop his own success, he needed to curry favor essentially with influential people. But he didn't naturally fit into that environment. So there's this kind of quite a strange relationship there. And yet with all of those manners and those kind of pretensions, he sort of seemed to be kind of quite well liked and invited into those circles. So that was very important in the lead up to power.
In the turbulent aftermath of the First World War, Germany's fledgling Weimar Republic was fractured and at the mercy of violent fringe militias, all battling to establish a foothold based on their opposing brands of ideology and nationalism. Assigned to the post-war army's propaganda unit, Adolf Hitler was sent to report on one of these groups, the far-right German Workers' Party, or DAP.
There's a handful of guys in a back room at a beer hall, basically.
Hitler came to the attention of the party leadership when he got up and made an impassioned and impromptu speech about a united Germany.
Where the people in the room were interested in suddenly this young veteran, and in particular a man named Dietrich Eckart, who ultimately became Hitler's mentor and very much a father figure.
Well known as a poet and playwright, Dietrich Eckart was also vehemently anti-Semitic.
Eckhart in particular helped instill this incredibly vicious anti-Semitism into Hitler. Eckhart was looking for these types of people that could bring about a German revolution that were anti-democratic, viciously anti-Semitic, and virulently nationalistic.
Recognizing Hitler's potential to rock the Weimar Republic's leaky democratic boat, Eckhart took the unknown but vocal war veteran under his wing.
Dietrich Eckhart helped groom Hitler, bought him his first trench coat, introduced him also to his photographer, Heinrich Hoffmann, groomed him for the man that he became, the voice and the presence for this early party.
With Dietrich Eckhart leading his fledgling entourage, Hitler became the leader of the DAP. He changed his name to the NSDAP, or Nazi Party, and other influential supporters climbed aboard the Hitler train, quite literally. In 1923, Hitler and his entourage took a train ride from Munich to Coburg. The reasons for this journey were recorded by early Nazi supporter Kurt Ludecker, a con artist and traveler who wrote a book called I Knew Hitler.
Coburg was a small town in Bavaria outside of Munich, and Hitler had been invited to speak there, and it was on a national day. This was when a lot of different nationalist groups were getting together. Normally, he would have just gone with his closest entourage, but what he decided to do was to hire a train. It took practically every member of his movement, which was about 700 people at that point, loaded them on the train, draped swastikas over it, and took this train ride from Munich up to Coburg.
Riding shotgun with Hitler in the lead carriage was a core group of early supporters that Ludecker referred to as a cross-section of the party. So who were they? Alfred Rosenberg was another of Dietrich Eckhart's anti-Semitic protégés. He would become the Nazi Party ideologue and author the myth of the Aryan master race. Max Arman was Hitler's sergeant during the First World War. He was jailed with Hitler after the 1924 Putsch takeover failed. Arman suggested Mein Kampf as the title for Hitler's infamous prison autobiography. Hermann Esser was a founding member of the DAP and later editor of the party newspaper, the Völkischer Beobachter. He was notorious for his lack of moral scruples and his scandalous private life. Christian Weber was a bouncer when he joined Hitler's early entourage as a bodyguard. Lecherous and corrupt in equal measure, he went on to become extremely wealthy and was often seen lying drunk in the gutters. Former butcher and amateur wrestler Ulrich Graf also signed up as Hitler's personal bodyguard. He took part in the march following the failed beer hall putsch, and when shots were fired, he threw himself on top of Hitler, saving his life and taking 5 bullets in the process. When the hired train arrived in Coburg, Hitler, his core entourage, and the accompanying party membership set about making their presence felt.
Marched through the streets of Coburg, defying police orders, and there was these big clashes between the communists and the National Socialists. Hitler eventually made it to the hall and gave a speech, and basically everybody else evaporated with his presence, showed himself as being an incredibly powerful speaker. This was, according to Ludecker, a key moment when suddenly the strategy changed from not just going into beer halls and holding rallies and giving speeches, but taking the movement into the streets and fostering this violence. And it was a form of street violence that then persisted for the next 10 years.
Without any formal education or social capital, Hitler needed a well-connected entourage to facilitate his quest for power. But his personal charisma and radical speeches could get him only so far. He needed more than talk to attract powerful decision makers. He needed an image and an impregnable base.
From a very early date and right through the entire period, Hitler was obsessed with his image, with his personal appearance, and with his popular persona, really, so how people would view him. He was absolutely obsessed with this.
Adolf Hitler transformed himself from being a 5'8", not very physically impressive, pasty-complexioned man into Der Führer. He chopped off his mustache to the typical toothbrush mustache. He dressed very snappy in his uniforms. He shrieked. He ordered people around. He acted very aggressively. He became a different person after 1919, once he got into the political sphere.
But Hitler could not have achieved this transformation on his own. When Dietrich Eckart introduced him to Heinrich Hoffmann, a successful photographer who joined the Nazi Party as early as 1920, Hoffmann immediately saw the value of joining Hitler's entourage.
Sie werden relativ schnell Freunde, wahrscheinlich schon 1919. Und Hitler geht im Hause Hoffmann ein und aus.
Hoffmann's ploy paid off early when Hitler commissioned the photographer to take a series of shots of him posing and gesticulating.
So from those very early days, they worked together to create his image in terms of how he looked on the camera, and indeed also how he looked when he was making his speeches.
So this was a grooming process, striking these stylized poses to see, how do I look, what is my appearance?
Heinrich Hoffmann became Hitler's personal photographer. Always on call, he accompanied Hitler everywhere and is estimated to have taken 2.5 million photographs of the Führer. And Hoffmann made sure to monetize his privileged position by publishing picture books of Hitler.
Heinrich Hoffmann war wie Hitler ein Propagandist, und obwohl er sich immer Chronist nannte natürlich. Er wusste, genau wie Hitler, um die Macht der Bilder. Er retuschiert Hitlers Bild. Er lässt die Öffentlichkeit nur wissen, was Hitler nützt, was seinem Aufstieg zum Führer nützt. In verschiedenen Pensionen machten sie Bilder von ihm, vor dieser Bergkulisse, um ihn zu inszenieren als gottähnliche Figur. Hitler und Hoffmann arbeiten beide an dem Image des Führers. Und Hoffmann ist derjenige, der das dann auch bildlich herüberbringt, ihn inszeniert als den Erlöser Deutschlands.
Hoffmann's close relationship with Hitler brought about a shift in the power dynamics between Der Führer and the rest of his entourage. And the more Hitler grew in stature, the less dependent he became.
So people who may have looked down on him before in those kind of elites of German society, now he's in charge, he's the boss. He doesn't need to please anyone anymore. Everybody needs to please him now.
Hitler ist der Alleinherrscher seit 1934. Er umgibt sich jetzt mit Menschen, die ihm ihre Karriere verdanken. Er braucht diesen Zirkel aber immer noch zur Selbstvergewisserung.
Hitler's constant need for reassurance manifested in his obsession with his new image. He'd frequently pester his valet Heinz Linger, asking, "I do look like a Führer, don't I?"
Of course, his valet would have no answer, but of course, something like that.
Hitler war im Grunde keine schillernde Figur. Er ist im Grunde ein ganz durchschnittlicher Mann. Und man sagt ihm nach, dass er extrem reinlich war. Bei ihm ging es auch immer darum, weil er ja so unsicher war, sich keine Blößen zu geben, keine Angriffsfläche zu bieten.
And as Hitler sought to transition from revolutionary upstart to political leader, some of his most loyal early entourage became a problem. Chief among these was Ernst Röhm, head of the SA Stormtroopers.
Das Verhältnis zwischen Hitler und Ernst Röhm war eine On-Off-Beziehung. Hitler brauchte Rühm, weil der in der Anfangszeit der NS-Bewegung ihm die Kontakte zur Reichswehr ermöglichte, die er brauchte. Er war derjenige, der die SA aufbaute, mächtiger wurde dadurch. Das war ein Millionenheer. Er wollte aus der SA eine zweite Armee machen.
Ernst Röhm was an early supporter of Hitler, and he was one of the individuals who was really bent on a violent assumption of power. What he wanted was violent revolution.
But Hitler's strategy had shifted. After the failed Beer Hall Putsch, where Röhm's stormtroopers had played a central role, Hitler realized that he needed to take the legal path to power. Ernst Röhm vehemently disagreed.
And Röhm commanded an army at that time of north of 500,000 armed stormtroopers, was looking to merge the army and the SA, the stormtroopers, together and basically establish himself as a military leader. And the question was, to what degree would the average stormtrooper be loyal to Ernst Röhm rather than Adolf Hitler?
Es kommt zu einem großen Konflikt zwischen Hitler und Röhm macht ganz deutlich, dass er Hitler nur partiell als Führer anerkennt. Er will Reichswehrminister werden, er will Kriegsminister werden.
On June 30, 1934, this leadership contest ended in the deadly purge, known as the Night of the Long Knives.
Because Ernst Röhm was one of his earliest comrades in arms, they were very close, and yet, because of the circumstances and what Hitler perceived that he wanted to do, being a threat to him, he was murdered along with many other opponents or potential opponents of Hitler too. But that was the extent of the kind of fear and unpredictability of what Hitler was like, and also how quickly he could turn on you. You could be in favor 1 minute and out of favor very quickly, out in the cold the next.
Röhm, when he was arrested, he did not believe that Hitler had ordered this. He was one of the few people who addressed Hitler in the personal form, the du form, and had talked to him as Adolf. He says, if Hitler wants me dead, tell Adolf to come here and shoot me himself.
Hitler did front up to arrest Ernst Röhm, but he did not personally kill him. That was the job of the SS, who were implementing the purge.
Going all the way back to this question of the Nazi movement between the legal path or the violent path to power.
But the Night of the Long Knives heralded a further shift in the relationship between Hitler and his entourage. From here on, loyalty, adoration, and personal ambition would be tempered by the very real fear of deathly retribution. And the stage on which this new dynamic played out was the Berghof, Hitler's sprawling refuge in the Obersalzberg, where he hosted his expanding entourage.
The purpose of these people surrounding Hitler is really to bolster his ego and to support his power as well. So it's very much a relationship that is vertical. He's at the top. Those are all trying to curry favor with him. Those who are in and out of favor change quite dramatically.
Archival footage of the Berghof Terrace shows Hitler and his entourage enjoying a relaxed and idyllic lifestyle in the pristine alpine surrounds. Dubbed the Golden Pheasants, the clique comprised film stars, industrialists, party and military leaders, cosmopolitan socialites and their wives, all vying for a glimmer of the Führer's attention.
And so it's kind of quite a golden life that they got up there. We get some glimpses into that life on the Berghof through the cine films and the photography of Ava Braun. Those shots show Hitler with his dogs, Hitler with children, with those of his inner circle and their wives. So they're kind of almost quite a picture of almost normal life. with all of those people surrounding him, a household full of staff to look after him, a chauffeur to drive him to his favorite cafe, all of those kinds of things.
Es gab genug zu essen, man sah Filme, man ging spazieren, es war eine Idylle, während im restlichen Reich im Grunde schon Chaos herrschte eigentlich. Städte bis zur Unkenntlichkeit zerstört waren. Menschen in Konzentrationslagern in Osteuropa starben. Also das findet gleichzeitig statt. Der Berghof bleibt bis zum Schluss eine Idylle.
Das war merkwürdig, skurril und auch gespenstig. Die tatsächliche Lage in den besetzten Gebieten, in denen die KZs ja aufgebaut wurden, vor allem in Polen, aber auch natürlich im Reich, die waren an Hitlers Feriensitz auf dem Berghof Hein-Kein-Thema. Es wurde nur darüber geredet, wenn er Leute wie Himmler empfing, den SS-Chef, dem er auch die entsprechenden Befehle mündlich gab. Der Holocaust-Befehl ist nie schriftlich überliefert, nie schriftlich vermittelt worden. Hitler wollte nicht, dass darüber gesprochen wurde. Er wollte seine freie Zeit, er wollte eine Traumwelt.
And underneath the smiles and sunshine on the terrace lurked the ever-present sense of fear, fostered deliberately by Hitler as he manipulated his expanding entourage's ambitions and insecurities to maintain control.
The key thing for Hitler was personal loyalty. There was nothing more important to him than that. With that said, there were fierce competitions, there were fierce jealousies among them. Hitler, in some ways, promoted this type of competition among those closest to him. No one ever knew where they stood and who stood closest to Hitler.
So at times he was extremely charming. So he kind of charmed these kind of society ladies from a very early date with his gallantry and his hand kissing and these kind of quite affected table manners. And then on the other hand, you've got the unpredictability with this sort of very well-known temper and flying off the handle and tantrumy kind of behavior. That kind of made him very unpredictable.
No one in Hitler's entourage was spared to Führer's ire, and it made no difference how connected one was. Even Baldur von Schirach, firm follower and leader of the Hitler Youth, could not escape public humiliation when his wife Henrietta dared question the treatment of Jews.
Henriette von Schirach was actually the daughter of Heinrich Hoffmann, Hitler's personal photographer. She recalls in her memoirs this moment when she had witnessed the rounding up of Jews in Amsterdam and was horrified by it and expressed this to Hitler. Hitler dismissed her out of hand.
Henny Schirach had known Hitler since she was a mere girl. So she felt like she had a special relationship with Adolf Hitler. And she had the audacity, in Hitler's view, to bring up this subject. He thought she was being overly sentimental. He got extremely angry. He went into a fit, a temper tantrum, and basically banished Henny Schirach and her husband from ever coming back to the Berghof.
One of the most telling examples of this change in fortunes is that of Ernst Hanfstaengl, the Harvard-educated socialite, known to his friends as Putzi.
Also hier haben wir einen Großbürger im Grunde, der sich 1922 im August Hitler anschließt, hört ihn während einer Ansprache, während eines Auftritts in München, ist begeistert von ihm, schließt sich ihm an und vermittelt Hitler danach tatsächlich auch Kontakte in großbürgerliche Schichten.
Ernst Hanfstaengl's international connections won him the role of foreign press chief for the Nazi Party, and he mistakenly believed that this position allowed him leeway to critique Hitler's relationship with some of the Berghof clique.
Ist es so, dass Hanfstaengl, der ja sehr selbstgefällig war und arrogant war, Hitler auch offen kritisierte und dem das auch alles viel zu piefelig war, diese ganzen Anhänger, die Münchner um Hitler herum. Also er kritisiert den Führer und in der Folge lädt Hitler ihn eben nicht mehr ein. Er gehört nicht mehr zum Inner Circle.
Fearing for his life, Hanfstaengl fled to England, but he never renounced his belief in National Socialism. One of Hitler's key enforcers was Reinhard Heydrich. Seen here at the Berghof with his SS boss, Heinrich Himmler, Heydrich is widely regarded as one of the evilest members of the Nazi regime. Notoriously known as the Butcher of Prague, he was the key architect of the Holocaust. Hitler even described him as the man with the iron heart. And as fanatically dedicated to Hitler as these men in his entourage were, it's startling to discover that some of their wives were even more so.
Wir haben im Kreis um Hitler schon früh Aktivistinnen und auch Mitglieder, weibliche Mitglieder der NSDAP. Dazu gehörte Ilse Hess beispielsweise, die 1922 in die NSDAP eintritt und auch in ihren Briefen erklärt, sie sei eine Antisemitin. Genauso wie Karin Göring, die erste Ehefrau von Hermann Göring. Später dann Magda Goebbels. Und ich würde mal behaupten, sie sind fanatischer als ihre Männer.
Magda Goebbels was known as the First Lady of the Reich, and she kind of epitomized the Nazi ideal of womanhood. She was blonde, she was dressed in the appropriate manner, so she could represent the regime. She underwent 6 pregnancies and births, 6 children in quick succession, was setting a very good example for what the Nazis wanted German women to do.
Right from the start, Hitler had a charismatic ability to attract an entourage of fervent female supporters, whose unwavering devotion helped fuel his rise.
Frauen finanzieren ihn, sie vermitteln ihm Kontakte, auch in ihren Bekanntenkreis, in das Großbürgertum, sie beraten ihn, sie begleiten ihn.
Given Hitler's lack of social standing, this intense dedication is perhaps surprising. Even more so when considering his stated attitude towards women.
Ein typisches Zitat: Es gibt keine schönere Sache im Leben, als sich ein junges Ding von 18 und 20 Jahren zu erziehen, das biegsam ist wie Wachs. Das war in diesem einen Satz seine Haltung zu Frauen. Brauchte Frauen, die jung waren, die ihm nicht widersprachen.
Nevertheless, Hitler had a number of relationships with younger women. Of particular note was his relationship with his half-niece, Gaily Raubal, the daughter of his sister Angela.
She was very young. Hitler was well into his 40s. She was 17, I believe, when he first met her. She moved in with him when she was about 19. It's rumored that they had a sexual relationship, but it's unclear.
But Gaily was also an attractive young woman, fun-loving, liked to go out, very sociable, no shortage of male attention coming towards her, and Hitler absolutely hated this. It seems like it was certainly quite an obsessive relationship. It could have been an incestuous relationship. It was certainly an intimate relationship emotionally.
It's impossible to know for sure what went on behind closed doors. What's certain is that the relationship ended tragically.
In 1931, Gaily Raubal shot herself using Hitler's pistol in his flat, so she committed suicide.
Das hat Hitler stark erschüttert. Er hat sich tagelang eingeschlossen. Er hat das Zimmer, in dem der Selbstmord stattfand, sozusagen verschlossen und ein Schrein der Anbetung daraus gemacht, aus diesem Gaily-Raubal-Zimmer, so hieß das.
The gunshot was to her chest, which seems kind of an unusual place to kill yourself. Also, there was a report in a Munich paper at the time that she maybe had other injuries, such as a broken nose and some facial battering that didn't go along with just a gunshot wound. So we're not really certain. It was covered up very quickly because it would have damaged Hitler's reputation, even to be living with his niece and to have her to commit suicide.
Suicide was a recurring theme in Hitler's female relationships. Of the 8 women recorded in almost all of the biographical material, 6 attempted suicide. 2 succeeded. Niece Gaily Raubal and actress Renate Müller. And lover Eva Braun attempted suicide twice before marrying Hitler on his final day in the Führer bunker. They both then suicided rather than surrender to the Allies.
Eva Braun war, als sie Hitler kennenlernte, eine Mitarbeiterin, ja eine Auszubildende von Heinrich Hoffmann. Sie arbeitete in München in seinem Atelier und dort lernt sie auch Hitler kennen. Tatsächlich ist sie erst 17 Jahre alt, als sie ihn kennenlernt, und er ist bereits 40. Sie war eine ganz unschuldige junge Frau damals.
While history remembers Eva Braun as Adolf Hitler's most significant and long-standing relationship, the German population at the time was kept totally in the dark.
Eva Braun wurde vor der Öffentlichkeit geheim gehalten, weil Hitler es für angebracht hielt, dass er der Führer, der über allem stand, gewesen ist, dass die Frauen in Deutschland ihn auch deswegen, so meinte er, verehrten, weil er potenziell als Junggeselle erreichbar schien.
Eva Braun, die junge, blonde Münchnerin, überhaupt nicht in das Bild, das die Öffentlichkeit ja vom Führer hatte, nämlich dem einsamen Führer, der ja gar kein Privatleben hat, der im Grunde die ganze Zeit nur arbeitet für das deutsche Volk. Und da passte diese Eva Braun und dass er sein Leben auch mit ihr verbringt, überhaupt nicht hinein.
Eva Braun remained hidden from the public, but she was ever present at the Berghof. A keen photographer, her archive of films provides an intimate window into the private life of Adolf Hitler and his entourage. An invaluable insight into those responsible for some of history's most heinous crimes.
Sie macht im Gegensatz zu Heinrich Hoffmann tatsächlich auch Farbfotos und Farbfilme. In ihren Fotos zeigt sie ganz oft Hitler, aber auch den ganzen Kreis auf dem Obersalzberg. Gehört im Grunde zur Propagandamaschinerie um Hitler herum. Sie gehört zum Team Hoffmann und sie versorgt Heinrich Hoffmann mit Bildern, vermeintlich privaten Bildern von Hitler.
Regardless of their closeness, Eva Braun and Hitler's relationship was far from trouble-free.
Eva Braun, seine langjährige Geliebte und am Ende Ehefrau für einen Tag, hat zweimal Selbstmordversuche gemacht und gescheitert. Und aus den Briefen, die sie hinterließ, ist zu lesen, dass er sie nie wirklich an sich ranließ, dass er sie, ich zitiere, nur zu bestimmten Zwecken brauchte.
And it all came to an end on April 30th, 1945.
Begehen Hitler und Eva Braun Selbstmord, indem sie in seinem Raum Gift nehmen, beide, und er sich anschließend erschießt. In seinem persönlichen Testament erwähnt er auch seine Ehefrau Eva Braun, Eva Hitler, die er noch in letzter Minute heiratet, dass sie immer treu zu ihm gehalten habe, dass sein politisches Leben, sein Leben für Deutschland ihnen ein Privatleben versagt habe und dass sie freiwillig mit ihm in den Tod geht. Also hier stellt er das noch einmal klar, welche Beziehung, welche Loyalitätsbeziehung zwischen den beiden herrschte.
And when it came to loyal relationships, a select group of men known as the Paladins emerged as Hitler's closest confidants and the executors of his will. They shamelessly exploited their positions to enrich themselves, and Hitler skillfully manipulated their loyalties, fostering rivalries and distrust to maintain ultimate control and prevent alliances that could threaten his supremacy.
In some ways, Hitler let people in, but no one ever knew kind of exactly where they stood. Even among his most loyal paladins, there was always tension among them.
There's that kind of sense, even in terms of the way in which he made policies, to play off his different paladins one against the other, so that they were all currying favor with him, that he would side with whichever one was his favorite at that moment. That changed over time. He's absolutely makes sure that he remains undisputed leader.
Hitler's paladins wielded real power in his Third Reich, but in striking contrast to the Nazi ideal of the tall, blonde, blue-eyed Aryan, his inner circle of Bormann, Hess, Goering, Goebbels and Himmler were all predominantly short, squat, dark-haired men, underscoring the deep hypocrisy at the heart of Nazi ideology.
There was a joke at the time when they said, well, what is the perfect Nazi? What is the ideal Nazi? And it says, somebody who is as fit as Hermann Goering, as tall as Joseph Goebbels, and as blonde as Adolf Hitler.
Despite the seemingly tight-knit nature of Hitler's inner circle, it was fraught with discord and friction. His paladins were all fiercely loyal to him, but their allegiance came from a mix of ideological commitment, personal ambition, and the very real fear of retribution. Tensions and rivalries simmered beneath the surface, reflecting the precarious nature of their positions.
They were not all necessarily particularly competent, and they got positions of power just because of their allegiance and their loyalty to Hitler. What it says about his leadership and the Third Reich in general, that his inner circle was made up of these men, some of them quite deviant, willing to implement such evil and heinous policies, is just a confirmation of what this dictatorship was and of the people who he attracted.
Hitler's inner circle was a veritable rogues gallery. His personal secretary Martin Bormann was universally despised by the Nazi elite for barring access to Der Führer and for keeping secret files on the private indiscretions committed by his rival paladins.
Bormann war der Typus des gehorsamen Schattenmannes, des Dienstleisters. Hitler brauchte ihn, um diese für ihn unliebsamen Tätigkeiten zu organisieren, für die er keine Lust hatte. Hitler war ja eigentlich ein fauler Mensch. Er schätzte keine Schreibtischarbeit. Er hat mal gesagt, das ist typisch für ihn, ein einziger guter Gedanke ist wichtiger als ein Leben hinterm Schreibtisch. Bormann war der Mann für das Leben hinterm Schreibtisch. Er war der Vollstrecker von Hitlers Befehlen.
Er lebte ja ebenfalls auf dem Obersalzberg. Martin Bormann ist derjenige, der Hitler in alle Führerhauptquartiere begleitete. Er war immer dabei. Er wird auch der Stift Hitlers genannt, weil er alles, was Hitler sagte, sofort notierte. Denn Hitler redet über alles und jedes und über alles weiß er Bescheid und er hat seine vorgefertigten Meinungen und er erzählt immer wieder seine Geschichte, die Geschichte seines Aufstiegs. Also das zeigt natürlich, im Grunde zeigt das einen Dilettanten, einen Kleingeist, jemanden, der nicht wirklich etwas war, sondern jemand, der sich selber größer machte, als er war.
It was Reichsmarschall Hermann Goering who dubbed Hitler's inner circle the Paladins. Fat, grandly dressed in specially designed uniforms, and shamelessly corrupt. Goering was at the very heart of the murderous Third Reich, and all it did.
Hermann Goering had been a decorated war hero of flying age, the Baron von Richthofen's flying circus. Hermann Goering had taken over the flying circus after Richthofen's death. So he was a war hero. He was this handsome, elegant guy. Hitler eventually made him head of the Luftwaffe.
Göring war eine barocke Figur. Er war sehr früh bei Hitler, weil er spürte, das ist der Mann, dem er sich verschreiben konnte, der die Möglichkeit hat, mal die Macht zu übernehmen. Er war derjenige, der Bilder, Gemälde, Skulpturen in ganz Europa zusammenraubte und die Luftwaffe nebenbei führte, schlecht führte.
Goering's autocratic leadership style, overconfidence, and strategic blunders weakened the Luftwaffe's effectiveness and contributed to Germany's defeat.
There's a strange thing about Hitler. I wouldn't say the man had a conscience. I think he had a sense of loyalty and a commitment to people who were loyal, but maybe it was utilitarian. Meaning, if you, no matter what someone's faults were, if they were loyal to you, that was more important than anything larger. Hermann Göring could botch the bombing of England, but he was still Hermann Göring, and he'd always been there.
Goering acquired 10 houses, a train, a yacht, and an art collection plundered mainly from Jews, worth several 100 million marks. He was the second richest Nazi behind Adolf Hitler, leading fellow paladin Joseph Goebbels to jealously label him a fat slob and a liability to the party.
Goebbels war der inbrünstigste Fanatiker in Hitlers Reich.
Mein Führer!
Er glaubte an das, was Hitler von sich selber glauben wollte. Er war der Schöpfer des Führermythos, dass Hitler der Erlöser des deutschen Volkes sei. Er war auch derjenige, der die Propaganda des Dritten Reiches vollbrachte und vollzog. Ein typischer Gedanke war, die beste Propaganda ist nicht die Lüge und nicht die Wahrheit, es ist die halbe Wahrheit.
Unser Fahnenträger und Führer!
But this is what's interesting. As close as Goebbels became and remained, Hitler never revealed to Goebbels what he was going to do. You know, Goebbels would have these meetings with Hitler and then would write in his diary afterwards saying, well, I hope the Fuhrer makes the right decision on this, or I can't believe he's so blind to this.
Joseph Goebbels was quick to exploit his power as chief of propaganda. He was a promiscuous predator who shamelessly abused his role as controller of the German film industry, with every actress over whom he had power.
He was a well-known philanderer, and he particularly had an affair with a Czech actress named Lida Barova. And once this came to Hitler's attention, there was a lot of ruction and a lot of difficulties.
When Goebbels' wife, Magda, the First Lady of the Reich, wanted a divorce, Hitler forbade it. The marriage survived only because Joseph Goebbels swore never to see Barova again.
Goebbels, more than any other, insinuated himself into Hitler's innermost circle and remained closest to him and blindly loyal. When they would have these meetings on the Obersalzberg, people would peel off gradually, but it was Goebbels and Hitler sitting there late into the night talking. He was both strategic and tactical, but was trying to get to a pragmatic end, which was power or women, and staying close to Hitler.
Heil! Heil! Heil!
Fanatical followers to the very end. Joseph Goebbels and wife Magda murdered their 6 children in the Führer bunker in 1945. before poisoning themselves and joining their Führer in an entourage of death. Arguably, the scariest and paradoxically most innocuous among Hitler's paladins was black-clad Heinrich Himmler. As head of the SS, he was a meticulous and ruthless organizer who oversaw the regime's most brutal policies.
Himmler war der Vollstrecker des Holocaust, war eine eher, ich sage mal, bürokratische Figur. Er war derjenige, der relativ spät zu Hitler stieß, aber vor dem Bierhallenputsch zu Hitler nahm an diesem teil und war dann der fanatischste Anhänger von vielen. Er war derjenige, dem Hitler die Verantwortung für den Judenmord übertrug und der das Ganze in blinden Gehorsam vollzog.
You look at these pictures of him, this guy, with the wire-rimmed glasses, described as a school teacher or a chicken farmer, but what he ultimately ended up instrumentalizing and unleashing is beyond human conception. With Himmler, you had somebody who brought the most vicious aspects of Nazi ideology together with the capacity through the SS to implement it, and ultimately led to what we know as the Holocaust, the horrific killing of 6-7 million human beings under the most horrific conditions possible.
Er hat einmal in einer Rede gesagt vor den Gauleitern, der Befehl, den der Führer mir gab, war der schwerste überhaupt. Ich weiß, was meine Männer alles zu erleiden hatten im Vollzug der Morde. Er hat nicht die Opfer bemitleidet, er hat die Täter bemitleidet. Das war Heinrich Himmler.
While Himmler orchestrated and implemented the Holocaust in all its horror, it was Hitler's idea from the start.
Without Hitler, the Holocaust would not have happened. This anti-Semitism was central to his ideology from the beginning, and it just took the circumstances to be right for him to transform his personal anti-Semitism first into state policy, then into increasingly radical policies directed against Germany's Jews throughout the 1930s, and then finally, during the war, into what the Nazis called the final solution of the Jewish question, or the Holocaust.
Heute kommt es vielen nahezu unfassbar vor, dass Hitler Massen faszinieren konnte. Wenn wir diese Stimme und diesen Mann heute hören, schütteln wir den Kopf und denken, wie könnten die Leute nur so blind sein, einem solchen Verrückten zu folgen. Er übertrug den Hass, der in ihm wütete, auf andere. Und dann natürlich war es die Goebbelsche Propaganda, die Hitler als den Erlöser, als den Heiland des deutschen Volkes hinstellte.
Adolf Hitler was a master manipulator who mixed messages, blending charming charisma with tyrannical fear-mongering to keep his wider entourage and inner circle in line and off guard. This contrasted sharply with the fanatical fervor that he was able to stir among the German public, telling them what they wanted to hear to make them believe in him. By decoding the dictator's dynamics in dealing with his entourage, we are reminded of the broader dangers of populist politics and our collective culpability in empowering them, highlighting the need for unwavering vigilance and critical thinking when faced with charismatic yet destructive leaders.
Hitler matters because he becomes the figurehead of the German state and directs it towards a series of radically violent policies that fundamentally destroy the shape of not only Germany but of Europe as a whole.
The outbreak of World War I in 1914 suited Adolf Hitler. He was an indigent 25-year-old without prospects, a failed artist, eking out a meager living as an architectural draftsman in Munich. Hitler saw the war as an opportunity to escape his shiftless civilian life. And as an Austrian citizen, volunteering to serve in the army offered him an opportunity to prove his loyalty to Germany.
Adolf Hitler was a member of the List Regiment. It was a Bavarian regiment. But rather than being a frontline soldier in trench warfare, he was a courier. So many of the frontline soldiers referred to Hitler as a rearguard pig because they saw him as having more advantages. He would go home, he would have a good night's sleep, have good food, good drink, whereas they were under bombardment most of the time.
As Führer, Hitler often boasted that he'd been a frontline soldier. And like all good propaganda, his claim had a modicum of truth.
He is, for most of the First World War, a runner, but not for all of it. He actually begins as a regular frontline soldier. He was a real fighting man who'd survived the prodigious slaughter of the opening battle, as well as Tannenberg and the Masurian Lakes, the First Battle of Ypres. Only a fifth of the unit actually survived this battle, and one of those survivors is Adolf Hitler. So you have to look at the psychological impact on Hitler, but also the impact of his dramaturgy, because he can claim to have taken part in one of the great battles of World War I as an actual fighting soldier.
It seems that Hitler enjoyed the military life. He felt that there was a sense of camaraderie. He definitely saw his job as important and believes that other people did, even though he never made it beyond corporal. Now, the question is, what can someone at that lower rank really learn about strategy? If anything, he probably had more of a bird's eye view of what was going on than a typical soldier. He never really had any exposure to strategy or tactics.
Nevertheless, circumstances contrived to cultivate Hitler's delusional sense of himself as a master of war and foster his radical racism. Blinded in a mustard gas attack, he was recovering in hospital when he learned Germany had surrendered. Hitler chose rather to believe that Germany had been betrayed.
The idea of the stab in the back myth, the idea that communists and socialists and Jewish conspirators had somehow undermined Germany and led to Germany's defeat.
Es war aber nicht so. Das deutsche Heer war bereits am Ende. Es hatte keine Chance mehr im Ersten Weltkrieg. Also die deutsche Front wäre zerbrochen, wenn sie nicht von selber aufgegeben hätte.
Post-war Germany was in crisis. The stringent Treaty of Versailles, rampant hyperinflation, and harsh economic decline fostered a climate of violent social and political upheaval. And Adolf Hitler fancied that he could be Germany's savior.
In all of this madness, Hitler is motivated to do something about it. This is a man who's just driven by passions in everything. Art, architecture. He just saw all of Germany as an opera stage, all of Europe as an opera stage. He's driven by passion, and the passions were anti-Semitism, and the passions were Lebensraum.
While there's no consensus, most people would say that his anti-Semitism probably developed likely after the defeat of Germany in World War I. And we know that by late 1919, he already had started to have a clearer picture of a world in which Jews epitomized all the negative aspects of modernity and Aryans all the positive aspects.
These twin obsessions, Lebensraum, or living space, and Judenrein, ridding Germany and Europe of Jews, defined Hitler's dictatorship and played a central role in how he managed World War II.
When we come to the war, that was a Vernichtungskrieg, a war of annihilation. This was Hitler's war. It was very much Hitler's war. And the ideas of all of that he'd already written down in Mein Kampf during his time in imprisonment at Landsberg Castle in 1924.
In Mein Kampf, Hitler crystallized his ideological beliefs, which would later become his wartime goals.
Dann wird das Ergebnis nicht die Bolschewisierung der Erde und damit das Sieg des Judentums sein, sondern die Vernichtung der jüdischen Rasse in Europa.
Lebensraum and Judenrein underpinned Hitler and the Nazi Party's blood and soil ideology, emphasizing the connection between Aryan racial purity, the blood, and expansionist land policies, the soil. This ambitious policy aimed to conquer vast territories in Eastern Europe, targeting the fertile plains of Poland, Ukraine, and Russia to secure Lebensraum, or living space, for the German people.
This absolutely becomes a bedrock of his political platform. The idea that the East could provide a great living space, great resources, great territories that would strengthen Germany for all the wars of the future.
But realizing Lebensraum meant taking the eastern lands by force. And the hard lessons of Germany's loss in World War I were not lost on Hitler.
What he did learn is that Germany lost for a combination of reasons, but one of the big ones is fighting a two-front war against overwhelming military opposition.
Remembering that a two-front war and being surrounded had been what brought down Germany in the First World War.
But avoiding a two-front war was only a temporary measure for Hitler. Given his long-term goals and ideological commitments, he always intended to invade the Soviet Union at a later stage, whether that resulted in a two-front war or not.
He sees himself as a great general and forgets that he was once a corporal. He is, after all, commander-in-chief of the German army.
But first, Hitler needed to prove his credibility as a strategist. Inspired by Italian dictator Benito Mussolini's invasion of Ethiopia in 1935, Hitler decided to remilitarize Germany's Rhineland in 1936.
The Rhineland had been demilitarized as a condition of the Treaty of Versailles. What it basically meant was that the Germans were not permitted to defend their western border, so that if they ever got out of line, the British, the French could march back in and easily suppress them. Hitler saw that the remilitarization of the Rhineland was an absolutely necessary first step to restoring German military greatness.
Hitler hatched a brazen bluff. He sent 3 cobbled-together battalions to face 100 French divisions.
To be clear, this doesn't mean that they were fighting anybody or anything like that. He was just sending those troops into German territory in order to create the appearance of remilitarization of this frontier.
The move was most unpopular amongst Germans. They feared it would trigger another war, one that a weakened Germany could only lose. But Hitler gambled that the British and French would not act against him.
There was no counterattack by Britain and France. In Britain, there was a strong sense that maybe the Treaty of Versailles had been a bit too harsh. In France, they also didn't want to mobilize their troops without British support against what they believed was the whole German army.
Hitler's strategic bluff paid off. There were raised voices, but nothing else. Reoccupying the Rhineland allowed Germany to take back its control of crucial armaments industries and rebuild a defensible western border with France. And Hitler could claim to have reversed the Versailles Treaty.
And Hitler went from a person who'd made a terribly risky decision that had cost him the popularity of his population, that had scared his generals, into a person who was a hero.
Hitler's bold move to remilitarize the Rhineland secured his reputation as a master of strategy and emboldened his ambitions for European domination. But in order to declare war on Britain and France, he needed to neutralize the Soviet Union.
As far as Hitler was concerned, his main enemy was the Soviet Union, but he made a temporary peace with the Soviet Union, the Molotov-Ribbentrop Pact, in order to buy him the time he needed to deal with Britain and France.
Signed in August 1939, the Molotov-Ribbentrop Pact was a non-aggression treaty between Hitler and Stalin. But in a secret part of the pact, Hitler and Stalin divided Europe between their two empires, ensuring that Germany would not have to fight the Soviet Union while Hitler focused on invading Western Europe.
Clearly, in some ways, it seems idiosyncratic because Hitler had been vilifying Bolshevism and communism as the worst aspect of Jewish ideology. He was just desperate to avoid a two-front war.
Temporary peace with the Soviet Union in order to deal with Britain and France, to quickly knock them out of the war so that he could return his efforts onto his real enemy, which was the Soviet Union.
The success of the Molotov-Ribbentrop Pact reinforced Hitler's belief that he was a master tactician and strategist. And for all his claims of wanting peace, his intentions were always for war.
It's fair to say that Hitler is ideologically driven, but is also deeply pragmatic in the way in which he sets about achieving his objectives.
Hitler wasted no time transforming himself from strategist to warlord, and his unorthodox strategies caught his enemies off guard, leading to early victories that established his reputation as a credible master of war.
Können uns unterdrücken, sie können uns meinetwegen töten, kapitulieren werden wir nicht.
Hitler did believe that he was a superior strategist, that the traditional officer corps was too defensive-minded, too conservative, didn't really understand tactics or operations the way he did. And because he was an outsider in that regard, he had a confidence that probably people with more conventional military training might not have had.
The policy that Germany followed in World War II was Adolf Hitler's. Whether his staff agreed with him or not, it was his war and his decision as to where and how it would be fought.
Militarily speaking, Hitler preferred to always be on the front foot. The success of the German army in one arena would immediately bring Hitler to consider what other arena the German army should be applied to. We see this with the easy absorption of Poland in the earliest days of the war and the success that we see with Czechoslovakia.
Adolf Hitler's warmongering mindset drove his relentless quest for domination. On September the 1st, 1939, a week after the signing of the Molotov-Ribbentrop Pact, Hitler launched his war. Nazi Germany invaded Poland in a joint attack with the Soviet Union. And the two powers divided the country between them, marking the beginning of World War II.
The expansion into Poland was seen as a necessary step for a future invasion of the Soviet Union. But as far as Britain and France were concerned, this was an absolutely unacceptable act of hostility, act of aggression, threatening the stability of European peace, and they were determined to go to war to prevent it from occurring.
With Czechoslovakia and Poland under Nazi occupation, and the Soviet threat neutralized by the Molotov-Ribbentrop Pact, Hitler could focus on the looming threat from Britain and France. And true to character, he led with his front foot.
In order to understand the fall of France, which was shocking, you have to understand the enormous investment in building a defensive front after World War I that would prevent an enemy from ever getting into your territory. So the idea is we will sit behind our own wall, and if the Germans are unwise enough to attack us, it'll take them a long time to get through. It'll be a war of attrition that'll favor us, and we'll avoid the kind of brutality and butchery of World War I.
France's defensive wall was the Maginot Line, a vast system of formidable fortresses, steel turrets and artillery bunkers, stretching along the eastern border with Germany, from Switzerland in the south to the Ardennes in the north. But in a strategic flaw, the mountainous Ardennes region, considered impassable by a military force, was left unfortified. Hitler exploited this weakness, embracing an audacious strategy of blitzkrieg.
The German army in the Second World War is famous for the policy of blitzkrieg, a lightning war, a very fast moving into a territory and sweeping through, overwhelming your opponents before they can resist. And so the idea was you sweep through as quickly as you can so that it's not a long war.
So it's actually this extraordinary mailed fist of three great weapons departments of the Army Air Force, followed by the charging infantry. It's entirely plagiarized from the practice and theory of the British, but it is the operating manual for the initial part of World War II.
Against the advice of his senior generals, who believed it was impossible to outflank the Maginot Line, Hitler chose rather to adopt a plan by a younger general, Erich von Manstein.
General Manstein hat diesen Plan verworfen, hat einen anderen Plan entwickelt, den sogenannten Sichelschnitt durch die Ardennen. Und so die Armeen der Franzosen und Engländer, die schon auf dem Kontinent gelandet waren, einschnitt und einkesselte. Hitler, er hat diesem Plan zugestimmt. Er hat ihn abgenickt. Wenn Sie wollen, war das sein militärisches einziges Genie. Alles andere war Hochstaplertum, war Hochstapelei.
Manstein's Sichelschnitt or sickle cut plan adopted blitzkrieg tactics for a shock attack through the lightly defended Ardennes region. Embracing the elements of speed and surprise, German panzer divisions, supported by dive bombers and motorized infantry, advanced in a swift and concentrated armored thrust through the Ardennes, bypassing the heavily fortified Maginot Line and encircling the Allied armies, trapping them in Belgium and northern France.
Blitzkrieg shows that Hitler is not afraid to gamble militarily. He is able to outflank the Maginot Line and take Paris. Now, we have to consider what the taking of Paris means for Hitler. This is somebody who fought in the trenches of World War I, in which the idea of the French being defeated and the Germans taking Paris was almost inconceivable. It was the great dream, the great hope of all those Germans who were in the trenches. And he, through Blitzkrieg, Hitler has achieved that in a very short period of time.
On June 21st, 1940, Herr Hitler danced to his own victory march.
Elated, Hitler forced the French to surrender in the same train carriage in Compiègne, where Germany had surrendered the First World War.
And Hitler is loving it because his great hatred is for France, which he blames for the diabolical terms of the Treaty of Versailles. So this is Hitler's great moment. This is his Edmund Hillary moment, where he gets to the top of Everest, and my God, it looks good.
The fall of France marked a turning point in World War II. Hitler was quick to take all the credit as a self-proclaimed master of war. He could now turn his attention back to the east, to his obsessive blood and soil policies of Lebensraum and Judenrein. But every warlord needs loyal generals, and Hitler's autocratic leadership style, inflexible decision-making, and frequent disregard for professional military advice led to friction and resentment among his top military commanders.
If we talk about Hitler's relationship with his generals, it was always complicated. He was always an Austrian corporal, an outsider, without the appropriate military training, without the military experience. He had different views of how to operate than some of the older military officers. And this probably helped him early on. The fact that he was willing to try more idiosyncratic or unconventional approaches in terms of strategy and tactics. Later on, because he didn't really follow the rules, that probably hurt him.
Hitler's generals were professional soldiers from one of Europe's strongest military traditions. They believed in the sacred nature of an oath of allegiance, an oath that Hitler altered to include himself as supreme commander.
I think most people agree that Adolf Hitler had an outstanding general staff. Had he listened to them, perhaps the war could have turned out differently. Adolf Hitler was not a man to listen to anyone. He believed in his own abilities.
But Hitler's insecurity and paranoia led him to undermine his generals, fostering a deep distrust that went both ways.
The military is not always 100% behind the tactics of Hitler. Amongst themselves, they argued about the wisdom of attacking certain targets over other targets. As Hitler's confidence in his own military judgment grew, the capacity to contradict him shrank. Contradicting Hitler on the battlefield was the quickest way to end your career and, in some instances, your life.
Hitler manipulated his generals to keep them loyal. He played on their fears and rivalries, pitting them against one another, bribing some and promoting others, while swiftly dismissing or sidelining those who disagreed with his strategies.
Hat ihnen hohe Dotationen angeboten. Hat viele von ihnen befördert, zu Feldmarschällen gemacht. Das macht ja was aus den hohen Generälen. Plötzlich bin ich Feldmarschall, ich habe ein Rittergut. Aber das war die Bestechung, die diese Generäle dazu gebracht hat, ihm zu folgen.
He was a great scapegoater. That was one of the aspects of his personality. He ended up sacking some of his best people because he would not admit that he had ever made any mistakes. He kept drawing this power into himself, controlling it. He was a grandiose narcissist.
Having bullied and bribed his generals into loyalty, Hitler made himself supreme commander of the Oberkommando des Heeres, the army's high command.
Hitler always managed the officer corps well. Whenever they were losing faith in him, he managed to pull a rabbit out of his hat in terms of foreign policy or military victory that made it impossible for them, both politically and in terms of their own conscience, to move against him.
And with his increasingly unbridled power, Hitler's cruelty really came to the fore.
Hat ja mal gesagt, das Gewissen ist eine jüdische Erfindung. Und das entsprach, denke ich, seiner Denkungsweise und dieses Ich-Bezogene. Und das heißt ja auch, dass Narzissmus die Neigung auch fördert, das Wesen von anderen zu missachten, Mitleid als eine unnötige Empfindung zu erachten, und das ist für ihn insofern etwas, was ein regelrechtes Gewissen ausschließt.
So it's easy to psychologize Hitler and to make the Nazi years about the internal state of Adolf Hitler. But one of the things I think we need to keep in mind is that the psychology of Hitler alone will never allow us to understand the magnitude of Nazi crimes. The idea that Hitler has a psychological disturbance might tell us why he was personally driven towards doing one thing or another. It tells us very little, however, about why Germans agreed to follow him. The invasion of the Soviet Union, the invasion of Poland, Blitzkrieg in the West, none of these things would have been possible if Hitler had remained an isolated figure ranting and raving in a beer hall in Munich.
Ultimately, decoding Hitler's capabilities as a master of war will not depend on nepotism or bribery, or on the opinion he had of his generals or they of him. It comes down to the military decisions he took, which his generals and field marshals obeyed, even when they believed that these were disastrous mistakes.
Hitler begins to believe his own myth. He believes he's a genius. He believes he's a visionary. He describes himself as a sleepwalker commanded by destiny. It's he who pushes for this idea of the invasion of Poland and gets it done in a short time. His generals huff and puff. And again, the conquest of France, the short-circuiting of the Maginot Line and so forth. So much of this dash and drive is due to him. It's not only to him, but the inspiration is his.
The success of Blitzkrieg, the fall of France and Germany's early domination of the Low Countries and parts of Eastern Europe emboldened Hitler's warmongering. In June of 1941, against the advice of his generals, he launched his long-intended war of racial annihilation, invading the Soviet Union with Operation Barbarossa, the largest military mobilization in the history of warfare.
Even the ideologues recognized that an invasion of the Soviet Union at that point was a risky endeavor. It would produce exactly the thing that the Molotov-Ribbentrop Pact was supposed to prevent, a major two-front war. So right there we can see that Hitler's ideology was driving events in a way that was probably not productive.
A lot of Germany's military high command was deeply concerned by this two-front war, and so there was a lot of hesitation, but Hitler got his way, and the initial invasion was an enormous success.
The Soviet Union was caught by surprise, effectively paralyzing Stalin's decision-making. Its air force was destroyed on the ground because no order came for the planes to take off. Germany's forces swept across Western Russia in a three-pronged blitzkrieg attack, targeting Leningrad in the north, Moscow in the center, and the Ukraine and Stalingrad in the south. But in the planning, Hitler had disputed the middle-pronged attack with his generals.
For the military, the objective should always be the capital. If he sees the political capital, Moscow, the rest of the terrain will follow. Hitler, on the other hand, was interested in resource-rich areas, such as the Romanian oil fields or the Donetsk Basin, areas that could effectively fuel his military campaign further.
Taking Moscow was Hitler's lowest priority, but he had won the argument to override the Molotov-Ribbentrop Pact, and he wanted to mollify his generals. So he agreed to the three-pronged attack, supported also by his disdain for Stalin's organizational ability.
At the end of the day, it was a very ambitious plan. It was influenced in Hitler's mind by the fact that this was a racially inferior civilization. The Slavs, the Russians, led by a corrupt, bankrupt ideology, communism. So he was overconfident, I think, about how easy it would be.
This was blitzkrieg at its best. The world gave Russia another 6 weeks.
Overconfidence and ideological fervor led Hitler to underestimate the true scale of his Soviet campaign. In August 1941, he diverted significant resources from the Moscow prong to support Army Group South in securing Ukraine. This decision delayed the advance on Moscow and weakened the overall momentum of the attack.
There are several key factors that led to the failure of the German advancement in the Soviet Union. One of these was the sheer amount of Soviet territory. When your opponent can retreat and retreat and retreat and retreat and still have most of their country behind them, this kind of lightning war doesn't work. And your supply lines are becoming more and more stretched out behind you, making you vulnerable to guerrilla attacks, making it difficult for you to get your supplies to your troops. An early onset of the very severe Russian winter, catching the German troops largely unprepared in terms of clothing and materials for dealing with those incredibly low temperatures. And as a result, this led to a stalling of the German advance.
The onset of winter, logistical challenges, and increasingly fierce Soviet resistance led to a prolonged and costly stalemate on the Eastern Front.
It became a war of attrition. Hitler also refused to listen to the advice of his generals and refusing to accept that this war was going to be lost. It was necessary to pull out and to try and come to some kind of peace terms, led to it becoming a much more costly war than it needed to be.
Following the stalled campaign of 1941, Germany reorganized its plans over the spring of 1942. Instead of a broad front assault, they planned more focused operations. But again, Hitler split Army Group South into two separate groups. Army Group A to advance into the Caucasus, and Army Group B to advance towards Stalingrad. This division of forces weakened both offensives.
It's really Stalingrad, where that's the first major defeat. At this point, Hitler, instead of allowing them to break out and try to get back closer to where the main German lines are, he tells them to hold fast.
The Battle of Stalingrad marked a decisive turning point in the war. The overstretched German army, so adept at blitzkrieg, was unprepared for prolonged and brutal urban warfare. It suffered catastrophic losses, but Hitler still refused to back down.
The key problem is that Hitler is a corporal. He has all the reflexes of a frontline soldier of World War I. And the key part of that reflex is you never give ground.
Hitler's narcissism and mental intractability led him to double down, holding onto untenable positions regardless of the cost in lives. And for the first time since he rose to power, public opinion turned against him.
We see graffiti on the walls calling Hitler the murderer of Stalingrad. We see people start to reconsider what support for the Nazis entails, the cost that it has brought to them.
Das eigentliche, der offene Kriegsverlust, das auch bei den Deutschen dann ankam, war die Schlacht von Stalingrad, als 300.000 deutsche und verbündete Soldaten in russische Kriegsgefangenschaft gehen mussten, von denen nur 5.000 im Übrigen wieder nach Hause kamen.
Having underestimated the Soviet forces, Hitler's constant interference, unrealistic demands, and refusal to change his mind led to the destruction of the German Sixth Army.
And on February the 2nd, 1943, after 162 days of the heaviest fighting in the history of warfare, peace came to Stalingrad.
Some neurologists believe that Hitler's erratic behavior can in part be ascribed to Parkinson's disease, a neurodegenerative condition untreatable at the time that causes loss of cognitive function and a shortened lifespan.
I think that Adolf Hitler's disease became a medical imperative for starting Operation Barbarossa prematurely. As you know, it started in 1941. This was really about 4 years earlier than it probably should have begun.
He was obsessed with the fact that he might die before he was able to accomplish the tasks he wanted to accomplish. He had this obsession with time, the idea that we need to be ready for war sooner than later, and then he goes to war even sooner than he plans it.
Parkinson's disease also offers some insight into Hitler's decision-making, or the lack of it, as he increasingly mismanaged his war.
We all know that he was stubborn his entire life, did not change his mind well, would doggedly stick to his opinions. Nevertheless, early on, he was willing to delegate the decisions, some of these tactics and strategy to his generals. He lost that ability as he became more mentally inflexible. It's important to understand that his Parkinson's disease occurred decades after he developed his philosophy of a greater Germany, of how Aryans needed to essentially rule the world. This should not in any way mitigate the evil Adolf Hitler brought on the world and try to use that as an excuse for his genocidal behavior.
Driven by the malignant racial theories of Lebensraum and Judenrein that culminated in the Holocaust, Hitler's overconfidence, strategic errors, and ideological obsessions led Germany into a long-running war of attrition that it could not win.
Das war die eigentliche vor dem Volk deutliche Wende. Und das war der Punkt, an dem Hitler spürte, dass von den beiden Kriegszielen, wenn schon das eine Lebensraum nicht mehr erreichbar war, dass er dann wenigstens das zweite, nämlich die Ausrottung der Juden, noch vollenden wollte. Dass die Wehrmacht so lange bis 1945 Widerstand leistete, war de facto dann tatsächlich so, dass hinter dem Rücken der kämpfenden Wehrmacht der Holocaust vollzogen werden konnte.
It's clearly something that he believes very deeply, to the point where he is prepared to make decisions that are frankly quite disastrous in terms of the war effort in order to continue the extermination of Jews at a time when those resources were so desperately needed by Germany to fight on other fronts.
In 1944, the devastating failure of Operation Barbarossa, coupled with the Führer's increasingly erratic leadership, motivated the one-armed colonel Klaus von Stauffenberg to initiate an assassination plot, Operation Valkyrie.
Man nennt es ja den Aufstand des Gewissens. Stauffenberg und seine Freunde, das waren ja Menschen, die anfangs dem Regime dienten, die auch zum Teil in die Verbrechen des Regimes verstrickt waren, die aber im Lauf des Krieges erkannten, dass dieses Regime den Untergang Deutschlands bedeuten würde und dass man alles tun würde, um das Ganze zu beenden. Und das hieß, den Diktator töten, den Tyrannenmord selber zu begehen.
On July 20th, 1944, von Stauffenberg launched Operation Valkyrie. 2 bombs in briefcases were placed inside Hitler's Wolf's Lair headquarters, set to explode and kill the Führer. But the explosion would be less effective than planned, because one briefcase was moved behind a thick wooden table leg, and the second bomb wasn't armed due to time constraints and the urgency of the situation. Hitler survived with only minor injuries, although the shock took a psychological toll and increased his paranoia.
Valkyrie was the closest any group ever came, not only to taking out Hitler, but ending the Third Reich as we know it. And if not for the large wooden table and one of the bombs not going off, possibly because Stauffenberg only had one arm, it didn't.
Operation Valkyrie reaffirmed Hitler's conviction to have only faithful Nazis on his staff. He wasted no time acting. Von Stauffenberg and his co-conspirators were arrested and immediately executed.
There are actually many attempts on Hitler's life, and he survives all of them, which is why he believes that Providence is protecting them.
Despite the losses in Stalingrad, Hitler remains convinced that he can salvage the war. Part of this is a kind of stubbornness, an inability to imagine that he has made a mistake. It's not until the final days in the bunker that Hitler at least publicly concedes that the war is lost.
In decoding Hitler's overall ability to wage war, he must be judged a failure. The invasion of the Soviet Union opened up the very two-front war he had initially sought to avoid, but Hitler produced no strategic ideas, political or military, to prize his country out of its dilemma. And rather than accept defeat, his last military decision was to embrace destruction in the face of his failure as a master of war.
Even quite late in the day, when Hitler's in quite a bad physical health, with a stoop and with the tremor and that cocktail of drugs that he's taking, all of this is sort of shielded and hidden from the public, but really the truth of the matter is he's taken the nation to a war that it can never win. Hitler turns on the German people, believing that they haven't deserved him, that it seems they're not the master race after all.
In March of 1945, Hitler issued his Nero Decree, a scorched earth policy from a vindictive leader blind to his own failure, reflecting his belief that the German people had failed him and deserved to suffer total destruction alongside the collapsing Nazi regime.
Hitler feels that the great struggle between races, between the Jews and the Slavs on one side and the Aryans on the other, has been lost. As a result of that, he believes that if the Aryans are to perish, then they should not be the slaves of Judeo-Bolshevism. This leads him to order the fundamental basis for life in Germany to be destroyed.
Hitler charged Albert Speer, his Minister of Armaments and War Production, with carrying out the Nero Decree. Speer disobeyed, likely in order to try and save his own skin, and his disobedience spared Germany. Hitler, meanwhile, was preparing his final goodbye.
Empfängt in seinem Hauptquartier den Reichsjugendführer Axmann mit einer Abordnung von 20 Hitlerjungen, die sich bei der Verteidigung ihrer Heimat besonders bewährt haben und dafür mit dem Eisernen Kreuz ausgezeichnet wurden.
Adolf Hitler was 10 days past his 56th birthday when he shot himself in his Berlin bunker. In contrast to the flinty-eyed, all-powerful warlord Führer of Nazi propaganda, he was a trembling, shuffling wreck. His death marked the collapse of a regime responsible for the horrors of the Holocaust and the ravages of World War II. A legacy of unprecedented devastation and genocide.
We're now living at a time where the Second World War, the Third Reich, the Holocaust, its many other crimes are fading out of living memory. The increasing number of Holocaust deniers is a really terrifying development. And we see a rise in the popularity of the far right once again. And for this reason, it's become more crucial now than ever to remember the cost and the horrors of these political paths in the past.
Hitler ist nun mal nach wie vor, ob wir wollen oder nicht, einer der bekanntesten Deutschen. Obwohl er gar kein Deutscher war. Er war ja Österreicher. Aber wir, vor allem die nach dem Krieg geborenen Deutschen, sind für Hitler und die Untaten, die er oder die in seinem Namen begangen worden sind, nicht mehr verantwortlich zu machen. Es gibt keine Kollektivschuld, aber es gibt eine Kollektivverantwortung. Und das ist das, warum Hitler nach wie vor auch in unserer Geschichte, vor dem wir uns nicht drücken dürfen.
Hitler's ambition to be a master of war resulted in unprecedented devastation and unparalleled human suffering. And in decoding his dictatorship, there are equally crucial lessons to be learned by understanding his personal, psychological, and political perspectives, in order to honor his victims and ensure such horrors never recur.
Adolf Hitler had an unusual childhood. His mother was a 29-year-old, charming, poorly educated woman who fawned on Adolf. His father was a 52-year-old doctrinaire, harsh customs official who beat Adolf regularly. As a result, he was fearful of his father, and he worshipped his mother.
Adolf Hitler was born in modest circumstances, in a small Austrian town near the Bavarian border. His parents, Alois and Clara, were second cousins, and there was a large age difference between them.
Das hat natürlich den Jungen, der auf seine Weise auch ein bisschen sensibel war, geprägt, und er wurde ja von seiner Mutter dann immer wieder in die Arme genommen, die ihn getröstet hat, aufgebaut hat. Man kann das insofern verstehen, dass seine Mutter, Clara Hitler, vor Hitler noch 3 weitere Kinder hatte, die aber alle in frühesten Jahren als Kleinkinder starben. Und das hat ihre besonderen Gefühle für Hitler natürlich geprägt. Sie hat ihn umsorgt, sie hat ihn verzärtelt, und er hatte deshalb auch eine besondere Beziehung zu seiner Mutter gehabt.
Very little else is known about young Hitler's daily life, other than the memoirs of childhood friend August Kubizek.
August Kubizek war eigentlich sein einziger Kindheitsfreund. Er war von Hitler hingerissen, weil Hitler war in der damaligen Zeit schon so von sich überzeugt, dass er große Reden schwang und erzählte, was für tolle Sachen er machen würde, wenn er mal erwachsen ist.
I think probably one of the most revealing and important dimensions of Kubitschek's relationship with Hitler was describing the trauma of the death of Hitler's mother. She contracted breast cancer. Hitler was devastated by this. Kubitschek recalls this in great detail. I should also mention here Dr. Bloch, who was the family physician, also talked about the anguish. He'd never seen someone so anguished after the mother died.
Hitler's well-documented paranoia and insecurity stem clearly from his troubled childhood. But historians have also speculated that Hitler's relationship with his doting mother is one of the keys to understanding his deep-seated belief that he was also, somehow, special.
Wenn man in frühester Kindheit und Jugend gesagt bekommt, mach dir nichts draus, wenn dein Vater dich schlägt und dich haut und dich in die Ecke stellt. Du bist doch was ganz Besonderes, du bist der Beste, du bist der Größte. Das macht was aus einem Menschen und das war einer der Grundsteine für Hitlers Psychologie, die ihn zu diesem Messias-Komplex auch mitbewogen hat. Das hat was aus Hitler gemacht.
Ich habe mir diesen Anspruch nicht in einer 13-jährigen Zugehörigkeit zum Zentrum in Ruhe ersessen, sondern bitter schwer genug erkauft und erarbeitet und errungen.
As a young man, and at the expense of his father's fury, Hitler insisted that he wanted to dedicate his days to becoming an artist.
His father was opposed to him going to study art, and this upset Hitler from a very early date. He said, my father absolutely hated the idea, so this probably even made Hitler even more determined to try and achieve that dream, which of course he failed to do.
After Alois died, Hitler received an allowance as an inheritance. He moved to Vienna and applied for the Academy of the Arts.
It was crushing to him that he was turned down, and he was turned down for lack of ability. Some of his landscapes are not bad at all, but when it came to trying to draw people, try to draw emotion in the people, something that had some passion, he was incapable of doing that. I think that is a manifestation of his personality, of his sociopathy that existed. He just could not understand the emotions of other people.
Hitler führte in Wien das Leben eines Müßiggängers. Er hat ja später immer versucht, sich als Arbeiter darzustellen, einer aus der Arbeiterschaft, aus der Arbeiterschicht. Er war nie ein Arbeiter. Er lebte von einer Erbschaft seines Vaters, der ein Beamter gewesen ist. Und in Wien, im Grunde, führt er das Leben eines Bohemier.
His daily life in Vienna was pretty much hand to mouth. I mean, he kind of did describe it as pretty much abject poverty at a certain time. From a certain point onwards, he was making these watercolor postcards which he was selling, and he managed to make a little bit of money out of that, enough to give him the time for what he wanted, which was to be reading all these political treatises and the newspapers and the popular press and the political press, really to develop his political ideas.
Hitler's daily life in Vienna exposed him to nationalist and anti-Semitic ideologies, which began to shape his worldview. He gave up on becoming an artist and moved to Munich in 1913, where he lived until his time in the army during the First World War. His radical racial views were further reinforced by Germany's surrender in World War I.
Hitler became extremely upset. He thought they had been betrayed. He blamed it on the Jews.
the 20-something Hitler who entered the war in 1914 and the man who emerged in 1918. I think there was a transformation there. And I think this hardness, this cruelty, did come from what he saw and experienced in the trenches of the First World War.
Adolf Hitler emerged from World War I, believing it was his destiny to restore Germany's greatness. And his daily wartime experiences, ideological fervor, and personality flaws propelled him on his quest for dictatorial power.
Hitler war ja zu Beginn seiner politischen Karriere, die nur deshalb möglich war, weil es die Umstände möglich machten. Also das Chaos in München, der verlorene Krieg, der Hunger, der ökonomische Niedergang Deutschlands. In dieser Zeit entwickeln sich eben auch solche Politikertypen, Propagandisten. Und Hitler war einer von ihnen. Also er zog Anhänger, Bewunderer an, die in ihm eine Alternative zur bestehenden politischen Situation sahen.
Hitler's daily life in Munich was a stark contrast to his earlier life. With no formal education, he made the world his classroom. He rented a modest room in a boarding house and dedicated his days to reading newspapers and books on history and politics. He networked with disgruntled like-minded revolutionaries in the beer halls and practiced his impassioned speeches late into the night. His daily life now consisted of using his skills as an orator to build the fledgling German Workers' Party that he was invited to join.
Adolf Hitler loved to talk. He would talk all night with his friends around him, but he hated to be interrupted by anyone. He would get very angry at them. This actually began when he was a mere boy. When he was growing up, his friends would hear his endless speeches, and he would not tolerate interruptions, just like later as an adult when he required the total attention and adoration of those around him.
Hitler's ability to tap into public discontent quickly elevated him within the ranks. By 1921, he'd taken over as leader and renamed the party the National Socialist German Workers' Party, the Nazi Party.
He was incredibly talented in terms of manipulating the German population. Eventually, of course, those audiences grew larger and larger. He got a real taste for power and success.
Hitler's relentless daily efforts to galvanize nationalist sentiment, driven by his fervent desire to overthrow the Weimar Republic and establish a new authoritarian regime, led him to convince World War I hero General Erich Ludendorff to join the Nazi Party in a coup, known as the Beer Hall Putsch.
Dieser ganze Putsch war allerdings sehr dilettantisch vorbereitet. Tatsächlich hoffte Hitler, dass ihn die bayerische Reichswehr, aber auch die bayerische Polizei unterstützen würden während dieses Putsches. Beide Institutionen ziehen aber ihre Unterstützung zurück, unterstützen ihn tatsächlich nicht, sondern gehen gegen die Putschisten vor. Viele Nationalsozialisten rechts und links von Hitler werden verletzt, werden getötet. Er flüchtet nach Uffing in ein Haus von Ernst Hanfstengel, was ihm viele übel nehmen, dass er sich nicht sofort stellt, sondern sich versteckt.
Hitler spent the next 2 days of his life in hiding. And on November 11th, He was arrested and charged with treason.
Während des Prozesses gegen ihn, des Hochverratsprozesses, inszeniert sich Hitler wieder als Erlöser des deutschen Volkes. Er benutzt den Gerichtssaal als Bühne und hat hier zum ersten Mal nicht nur nationales, sondern internationales Publikum. Journalisten aus aller Welt berichten darüber. Sehr viele Menschen, die sehen ihn als einen nationalen Helden, jemand, der versucht hat, das Reich zu retten und nicht als einen Verräter.
Hitler and his co-conspirators were sentenced to 5 years prison, with the proviso that Hitler could be released after only 6 months served.
In seiner Haft wurde Hitler nicht tatsächlich wie ein Verbrecher behandelt, sondern diese Haftbedingungen waren eher hotelähnlich. Das heißt, er lebte dort mit seinen Mitgefangenen eigentlich recht fürstlich. Wenn man diese Bilder sieht von ihren Haftbedingungen, dort hängen Bilder an der Wand, sie haben genug zu essen, sie werden ja im Grunde beliefert von ihren Anhängern.
For Hitler and his co-conspirators, daily life in prison was a bit of a picnic, made possible by prison warden Otto Liebold. The Nazi prisoners had access to the prison garden, with lunch at midday, tea and coffee around 4:30 p.m, supper at 6 p.m, and hot drinks and pastries before lights out at 10 p.m. Hitler was allowed daily visitors and allowed to be alone with them, in contravention of regular prison rules.
Und die Haftbedingungen ermöglichen es, dass sich im Grunde diese ganze Nazi-Szene in der Haftanstalt wieder sammelt. Und man tauscht Informationen aus und überlegt die nächsten Schritte.
Perhaps the most significant outcome of Hitler's daily life in prison was the writing of his best-selling autobiography, Mein Kampf, where he formalized his anti-Semitic sentiments.
In Mein Kampf, he talked about a whole array of allegations against the Jews. So the Jews as the devil, the Jews as killers of Christ, the Jews as liars and slanderers and parasites, and also the Jews as destroyers of culture. So the exact opposite of the Aryans, who he regarded as the bearers and carriers of culture, and indeed of high culture.
It's often forgotten that Hitler did not write Mein Kampf on his own. He had the help of Rudolf Hess, an early supporter who would go on to become Hitler's deputy Führer.
Rudolf Hess was involved in the Munich beer hall putsch, and he was imprisoned with Hitler at Landsberg. Whilst he was there, we believe that he helped in the writing of Mein Kampf, not just in terms of being the scribe that Hitler allegedly dictated to him, but also that he put forward some of the ideology, so particularly around the concept of Lebensraum, living space.
He embraced all of the Nazi ideology, but also a lot of the mythology around it too. I do think the important role of Hess, there's unquestionable.
On December 20th, 1924, having served less than 9 months of his 5-year sentence, Adolf Hitler was released from prison. Realizing that blatant violence was not the path to power, his next steps were to reorganize Nazi party tactics and build a political base through legal means, propaganda, and strategic alliances.
Der missglückte Putsch, der Prozess, die Haftzeit, das wird alles glorifiziert von den Nationalsozialisten. Hitler nennt das immer die Kampfzeit. Und vor allen Dingen diejenigen, die beim Putsch dabei waren, das sind eben Blutzeugen. Es wird eine Blutfahne wie eine Reliquie behandelt. Also das ist im Grunde für die Nationalsozialisten wichtig hier, dass sie immer ihre eigene Geschichte dann auch schreiben und ihre eigene Heldengeschichte für die Nachwelt festhalten wollen.
By skillfully navigating the fragmented Weimar political landscape, Hitler exploited the harsh economic turmoil to build public support. While behind the scenes, he still had his SA stormtroopers create havoc on the streets. The destabilizing strategy worked. Hitler and the Nazi Party secured electoral success in the 1930 elections, culminating in Hitler's appointment as Chancellor of Germany in January 1933. And one of the first things he did was to set up the Berghof, his mountain refuge in the pristine Obersalzberg, as an alternate seat of government.
Nach seiner Ernennung zum Reichskanzler ließ Hitler ab 1934/35 das alte Landhaus Wachenfeld auf dem Obersalzberg zu einem repräsentativen Berghof ausbauen. Es wurden auch Quartiere für die SA, beispielsweise für die Leibwächter, dort integriert. Dort wurden Konferenzen abgehalten. Es sollte auch beeindrucken und tatsächlich möglich sein für Hitler, dort Staatsgäste aus dem Ausland oder andere Würdenträger zu empfangen. Sondern dort traf sich ja sein Inner Circle, seine Freunde, seine Anhänger, Frauen, Kinder.
Hitler purchased Haus Wachenfeld out of royalties from Mein Kampf, rumored to be in the region of 12 million Reichsmarks. His Obersalzberg neighbors were forcibly removed from their properties to make room for his sprawling Berghof complex. A chilling irony, considering that Hitler's daily life here was celebrated by the Nazi Party to profile the Führer as a man of the people.
We see women of high society, like film stars and film divas and different socialites, coming to the Berghof. They want to be associated with him. We see Hitler with his dogs, Hitler with children, with those of his inner circle and their wives. So they're kind of almost quite a picture of almost normal life, certainly of a very serene and quite a pleasurable life that he's got up there.
The Berghof became Hitler's point of orientation, where he did say, "This is where I spent my most pleasant times and conceived all of my great ideas." There is great truth to that, and when you're standing there and you look out over this, it is really quite a stunning scene. I think what's conflicting about it is that here is a man who stood on this mountain in that open window and looked out at one of the most beautiful scenes you could imagine, and yet conceived some of the most horrific crimes ever conceived by man. The contrast between life on the Berghof and the nightmare realities of the concentration camp and extermination camp systems is beyond conception.
When it came to Hitler's routine, There was also a stark contrast between the image portrayed to the German public and the actual reality of the Führer's daily life.
So we've got some idea about Hitler's daily life at the Berghof, what he was doing, what he wasn't doing, particularly that he seemed to be quite lazy when it came to doing his work. On the other hand, in terms of what the German population was to see, it was always the energetic Führer, the Führer who was very much in control, in charge, putting into place one successful policy after another.
Wilhelm Bruckner's best-selling coffee table book, Der Führer in seinem Privatleben, illustrated how Hitler enjoyed vigorous walks, and how he kept up a strong pace, and even people in good condition have trouble holding pace. It was all propaganda.
So notoriously, he woke up late, often very late in the morning, and any guests at the Berghof were instructed not to take a bath during the morning hours in case the noise would disturb his sleep. And then morning work activities, shortly followed by lunch. We know Hitler was a vegetarian and he just often took a plate of plain vegetables for lunch. At the table, he was surrounded by those in favor with him at any given moment. So to his left and right and seated opposite would be those favored among the inner circle. And he would often just talk at them.
Wissen wir auch unter anderem von Rudolf Hess, der sich bei seinen Eltern darüber einmal beklagte, dass Hitler lange schlief. Das Mittagessen gab es dann so gegen 4 Uhr. Dazwischen wurde spazieren gegangen. Es war im Grunde ein Müßiggang dort auf dem Obersalzberg. Man sonnte sich auf der Terrasse. Zwischendrin wurden natürlich aber auch immer politische Gespräche geführt. Das heißt, bei Hitler wichtig ist, das Privatleben war nie von dem politischen Leben zu unterscheiden.
Hitler transformed his private Berghof sanctuary into a hub of ideological exchange. Each evening he'd gather his inner circle and close confidants around the grand dining table and hold court, expounding his grandiose visions and strategies for the Third Reich.
This kind of very late activity into the evenings where he's sort of sitting around the fireplace with those of his inner circle, essentially forced to sit up and listen to him, waiting for the moment where he was tired enough that they could kind of be excused from his presence because they were too scared to do anything else.
Every meal was a platform, every discussion a decree, blurring the lines between Hitler's Alpine refuge and the heart of Nazi government. And Martin Bormann, the Führer's private secretary, recorded these daily talk fests in what history now knows as Hitler's table talk.
Und diese Gespräche lässt Bormann aufzeichnen, weil er natürlich auch an Hitler als das politische Genie glaubt und meint, er hat ganz tolle Sachen zu erzählen.
He would go on endlessly about any subject possible. Cigarette smoking, the future of color film, history, politics, geopolitics, cars. There were also the film evenings.
Prior to September 1939 and the invasion of Poland, Hitler spent night after night watching Hollywood feature films and cartoons.
The Mickey Mouse one is an odd one, but it also fits with Hitler's eclectic, untrained intellect. I think it's suggestive of the type of mind that you're dealing with. It's vicious, it's mean, it's cruel. One of the books that Hitler, had on his bedside reading, were the stories of Max and Moritz, who are pulling pranks or getting into trouble. A German version of sort of a Mickey Mouse kind of characters.
Always insecure because he had never completed high school, Hitler relied on self-directed learning to overcome his inferiority complex.
This voracious appetite for reading, I think, is reflective of trying to fill this void.
He amassed a large personal library of more than 16,000 books, and he read widely, annotating the margins and underlining sections.
Hitler's better known for burning books than collecting them, and yet he read a book a night for almost his entire adult life. And you'll see him underlining something, and then 2 weeks later, he's giving a speech, and you're seeing things repeated almost verbatim from what he read.
Aber diese ununterbrochene Entrückung lehnen wir ab!
But the conclusions that Hitler drew from his readings were mostly superficial, skewed towards his deep-seated racial ideologies.
In Mein Kampf, Hitler himself said that the way you read a book is you come at it with a predetermined idea of what you want. And I do think Hitler did not learn from any of his readings. He simply gleaned from it what served his particular purpose.
One particular volume in Hitler's library bookends the Führer's dramatic rise and fall. It's a biography of Prussian monarch Frederick the Great, known to be one of Hitler's heroes, and it informed his daily life.
It was a book that was given to Hitler by his lawyer when he was in Landsberg prison after the beer hall putsch. It was one of the few books he took with him into the bunker in Berlin in the spring of 1945. Not only do we have the book, but there's marginalia in different parts of it. There was a moment in Frederick the Great's life when he was at war. Everything was collapsing. His great opponent died suddenly. The fortunes of war turned, and he ended up winning, and it was called the Miracle of Brandenburg. In the margins there, you can see where he's underlined that moment. Hitler said, "This is the Miracle of Brandenburg," and waited for a change of fortune. Clearly did not take place, and Hitler ended up committing suicide. And that particular moment with the marginalia is really, really an exceptional artifact, and just preserves one of the most pivotal moments in world history, right there.
Tabulating Hitler's daily life in war and peace requires more than noting his routines. His personality traits often interfered with his working relationships. Access was controlled by his powerful secretary, Martin Bormann. If it was thought that a minister might be the bearer of bad news, they were simply kept away.
Bormann wusste genau, dass Hitler im Laufe der Zeit die schlechten Nachrichten gar nicht mehr vertrug. Dass er einfach nicht wissen wollte, wie es die wahre Lage war. Und um das zu verhindern, organisierte Bormann, dass das gar nicht an Hitler rankam. Er hat natürlich zu fatalen Fehlentscheidungen geführt, auch zu Illusionen. Widersprechen dem Diktator war gefährlich. Die zuhörten, die nickten, oh mein Führer, was bist du so toll.
There are possible medical explanations for some of Hitler's behaviors. and how these impacted on the Führer's daily life. These are included not as an excuse, but explored in order to better decode the dictator.
Hitler war ein Hypochonder und er wird es immer mehr, je schwieriger die politische und militärische Situation wird. Karl Brandt sagte einmal, wenn es draußen regnet, muss Hitler schon eine Spritze bekommen, weil er Angst vor einer Erkältung hat. Das durfte natürlich die Öffentlichkeit nicht wissen.
This goes back to Hitler's childhood. I do think the fact that Hitler's mother died of breast cancer was a traumatic event for Hitler, not only losing his mother, but the notion of the body betraying you. That was clearly with him throughout his career.
Historians have theorized that one of Hitler's main motivations for launching World War II in 1939 was his fear of mortality. As the war progressed, Hitler increasingly exhibited symptoms consistent with Parkinson's disease, and an examination of his daily life in the 1930s shows that signs of this life-threatening neurological condition were seemingly already apparent.
Parkinson's disease is a disease of the nervous system. It affects principally motor symptoms. They tremor, they're slow, they're stiff, their facial expression is gone. These sort of movements are affected. It's only in more recent years have we learned that in more advanced Parkinson's disease, it can affect behavior as well. From looking at videotapes, I think we can trace it back to about 1933 or 1934, when his first visible sign of Parkinsonism occurred. Hitler had bad tremor of his left hand. He often then would hold on to something, a glove, perhaps a sheath of newspapers or papers of some sort. He would hold on to his belt. All of this is a way to steady the tremor. And someone who with Parkinson's who has severe tremor is able to diminish the tremor or stop the tremor by doing something with their fingers and manipulating their hands.
One member of Hitler's inner circle who took advantage of the Führer's health concerns was Dr. Theodor Morell.
He's one of the odder fellows in Hitler's orbit. If memory serves, his own personal hygiene, meaning Morell's, was somewhat repulsive.
He smelled. People said that he ate like a pig at a trough. They didn't like his methods, they didn't like his treatments, and yet Hitler swore by him.
Theodor Morell feathered his own nest by pandering to Hitler's neuroses. He became a permanent part of the Führer's daily routine, treating both real and imagined diseases, and stayed with Hitler in the bunker at the end.
I think most people viewing what he administered to Hitler in the course of that time would call the guy a quack.
He wasn't classically trained, and he was willing to take risks. Hitler probably thought that was a very good thing because so much of Nazism was kind of fringe science.
By exploiting Hitler's hypochondriasis, Morell made sure to ingratiate himself with the Führer.
He used a lot of placebo treatments. He would treat Hitler several times a day with saline injections. I'm convinced that the injections were more for show than because of any improvement in efficacy.
But Morell's careless use of multiple drugs and unorthodox treatment regimens took a dramatic toll on Hitler's health.
Morell seemed to have no understanding of drug interactions. Hitler would use barbiturates as a downer, and then prior to a big meeting, he would receive methamphetamines as the upper. That is a witch's brew that must have had some very strange side effects.
Morell's cocktail of addictive drugs further impaired Hitler's cognitive functions, likely already declining due to his Parkinson's disease.
I think Morell turned Hitler into a drug seeker and likely an addict. So I think that Hitler demanded these treatments from Morell, who was overly compliant physician.
Hitler became so dependent on Morell's daily injections that Luftwaffe Chief Hermann Goering, himself a morphine addict, gave his leader the unflattering nickname Reich Syringe Master. Hitler's inherent narcissism, cognitive decline, and addiction to Morell's potent drugs could explain his increasingly erratic decisions that ultimately proved disastrous in his daily management of World War II.
Während des Krieges musste Hitler funktionieren. Das heißt, er konnte nicht mehr so lange schlafen, wie er das früher gewohnt war. Dennoch ist es so, dass er nach der nächtlichen Lagebesprechungen mit seinen Militärs eben nicht sofort schlief, sondern vor allem mit seinen Sekretärinnen sich noch einmal zusammensetzte oder mit Besuchern und bis in die Nacht hinein, in die frühen Morgenstunden hinein gesprochen wurde.
Hitler may have been suffering from a sleep disorder that we see in many people with Parkinson's disease. It is trouble getting to sleep, it's trouble staying asleep, they have lighter sleep, and when they awake, they're not really fully rested. As a result, they're not as mentally clear as they might be, and I think this may have fed into his behavior somewhat.
As the war progressed, Hitler's daily routine deteriorated in concert with his declining health. Rising later and later due to insomnia and heavy medication, he became increasingly erratic and paranoid. His schedule descended into chaos, filled with impulsive meetings and irrational decisions.
Well, I think the generals became very frustrated by this. Obviously, it turned out very badly for him. He would call for more troops. He would call for younger and younger soldiers, some mere boys, to go out and to fight the ongoing Soviet troops. He seemed to have the belief about him that somehow that he was going to be rescued. I tend to think it was more because he was showing the effects of the medications that he was on, and he was becoming delusional.
The disruptions to Hitler's daily routine had dire consequences for the war effort, as his deteriorating state led to inconsistent leadership and mistrust among his generals. He disregarded sound military advice in favor of his own flawed judgments. His sociopathic insistence on holding untenable positions led to catastrophic military losses. Most notably, his refusal to retreat at the Battle of Stalingrad, a critical turning point in the war on the Eastern Front.
He was out to achieve a particular end, and if it cost the lives of 250,000 Germans, that was fine with him. If it required the obliteration of German cities, whatever sacrifices people had to have, there was no guilt on Hitler's part with it.
The fall of the German 6th Army at Stalingrad in January 1943 was a huge shock to Hitler. He withdrew from public life, and his trademark speeches were delegated to Propaganda Minister Joseph Goebbels.
He was tremulous, he was stooped, and he was slow. A complete opposite of the picture that Goebbels was picturing of him for the German populace.
With Allied forces advancing from east and west, and Soviet soldiers on German soil, Hitler withdrew into his final headquarters, the Führer bunker, below the Reich Chancellery in Berlin. Isolated 15 meters underground, he was surrounded by loyal officers and staff who feared his wrath. With him also was secret girlfriend Eva Braun, propaganda minister Joseph Goebbels, his fanatical wife Magda, and their 6 children, and Dr. Theodor Morell. The Führer's all-powerful dominion had shrunk into a claustrophobic shadow, mirroring his now crumbling empire. His daily life was peppered by desperate afternoon meetings and delusional aspirations.
Hitler ist immer ein Illusionär gewesen und dort ist er es mehr und mehr. Er hofft natürlich immer noch darauf, dass es gelingt, die Russen zurückzuschlagen. Also im Grunde setzt schon eine Art Wahn ein, aber er war jetzt nicht zurechnungsfähig.
Es wurde immer lotteriger, immer liederlicher. Er wirkte ungepflegter am Ende, als er wusste und ahnte, dass es ja nicht mehr darauf ankommen würde. Und als er merkte, dass gar keine Hoffnung mehr bestand, das war für ihn dann das letzte Motiv, um zu sagen, dann begehe ich Selbstmord.
Even in his final days, Hitler was still possessed by the singular prejudice that had dominated his daily life, his enduring and obsessive hatred of the Jews.
From the very beginning, actually back in 1919, he wrote his first letter about the Jews. He was virulently anti-Semitic. His 700+ speeches were laced with anti-Semitic diatribes. That was his scapegoating. The Jews were responsible for all the bad things that happened to Germany.
Without Hitler, there would have been no Holocaust. There were radical right-wing movements in Germany, but there was no single political leader who combined the hatred of the Jews with the vision of a superior Aryan race with the capacity to make that happen. And there's no question at the end of the day, Hitler is responsible for this.
On April 29th, as Russian troops marched on Berlin, Hitler married Eva Braun in a gloomy ceremony in the bunker's map room.
At the very end, Eva and Adolf committed suicide together. Joseph and Magda Goebbels, after taking the lives of their 6 children through poisoning, because Magda believed they were too good for the world that was coming, committed suicide as well.
April 30th, 1945 was Hitler's last day. He poisoned his dog Blondie, gave new wife for a day Eva Braun a cyanide capsule, took one for himself and shot himself in the head.
Es ist genau festgelegt, was danach zu passieren hat. Die Adjutanten warten im Grunde schon außerhalb dieses Raumes darauf, dass sie einen Schuss hören. Als es dann passierte, werden sie beide nach oben getragen, aus dem Bunker heraus, unter anderem von Martin Bormann, aber auch von anderen Adjutanten. Das heißt, beide werden mit Benzin angezündet und im Grunde sind sie dann bis zur Unkenntlichkeit verbrannt und werden dann in einem Bombentrichter versteckt.
Exploring Hitler's tyrannical dictatorship and genocidal legacy through the banality of his daily life reveals how his personal anxieties, sociopathy, and deep-seated racial hatred influenced his actions, leading ultimately to the unimaginable atrocities he perpetrated. Decoding the dictator's daily life starkly illustrates the dangers of unbridled power and ideological fanaticism, underscoring the imperative to remain ever vigilant in defending human rights and democracy.
how does someone like Hitler, we could say a nobody, someone without formal education, someone who was tried for high treason and imprisoned, how does someone like that not only come to power, then also lead the world to war and perpetrate the biggest and most significant genocide in modern history? So this is something that historians have been grappling with, and it's kind of still mystifying and baffling.
It's a striking irony that Adolf Hitler, architect of the Nazis' fanatical quest for Aryan purity, was himself enveloped in a shroud of mystery over his own ancestry. Hitler was the only member of the Nazi administration who could not offer proof of his Aryan heritage, proof that he demanded from every citizen of the Reich.
Hitler couldn't qualify as an Aryan, and the main thing was that he wasn't able to identify his grandfather, his paternal grandfather. His grandmother, when filling out the baptismal certificate, left it blank, which created a lot of suspicion.
Hitler's grandmother, Maria Schicklgruber, was a 42-year-old housemaid when she gave birth to Hitler's father, Alois. But Alois's identity wasn't disclosed on the baptismal certificate that Maria filled out at her parish church.
Das ist eine Legende, die in der Wissenschaft und Publizistik lang und breit diskutiert worden ist. Es liegt daran, dass Alois Schicklgrubers Mutter in ihrer Frühzeit, bevor sie ihn geboren hatte, mal Magd in einem Haushalt gewesen ist, von dem einige Forscher glauben, das sei ein jüdischer Haushalt gewesen.
His grandmother had become pregnant out of wedlock, and there were suspicions that it was a wealthy Jewish man or his son that impregnated her. We're not certain about that. There are no records really that will confirm that, and yet I think Adolf Hitler was very suspicious of this.
Austrian-born, Hitler was always insecure about his legitimacy and standing as leader of the Nazi Party. The suspicion that he may have Jewish ancestry exacerbated his fears. He doubled down on his virulent anti-Semitism to distance himself from the racial identity he so vehemently persecuted.
Ich will heute wieder ein Prophet sein. Wenn es dem internationalen Finanzjudentum in und außerhalb Europas gelingen sollte, die Völker noch einmal in einen Weltkrieg zu stürzen, dann wird das Ergebnis nicht die Bolschewisierung der Erde und damit der Krieg des Judentums sein, sondern die Vernichtung der jüdischen Rasse in Europa.
I think the facts are probably less important than the psychological drive that came with his concern over perhaps having a Jewish background. People act on what they believe. He had the Gestapo do an investigation. He also asked his private attorney to look into this matter. Not surprisingly, the Gestapo came back and said Hitler was 100% Aryan, but his private attorney actually gave kind of a mixed report over the years, so we're not really certain.
In contrast to the Gestapo's report, Hans Frank, Hitler's lawyer and later head of the general government in occupied Poland, confirmed that Hitler's grandmother had worked as a cook for a Jewish family. The family had a 19-year-old son, which is where the speculation of a sexual liaison arises.
Aber dass da irgendwelche erotischen Beziehungen bestanden haben sollen, ist nicht beweisbar. Und wenn etwas nicht beweisbar ist, da gehen wir davon aus, dass es auch nicht stimmte.
What is known is that the family paid Maria Schicklgruber an undisclosed sum after she gave birth to Alois, which they continued to pay until Hitler's father was 14.
Die Mutter hat den Namen ändern lassen, weil sie aufgenommen worden ist von einem Herrn Hitler, einem Bauern, der den Sohn den Vater von Hitler in seinen Hof aufgenommen hat und ihm auch den Namen gegeben hat. H-I-E-D-L-E-R. Aber der Standesbeamte hat darauf, weil er das Verbal nicht anders hörte, Hitler gemacht. Also, dass die Leute Heil Schickelgruber geschrieben hätten, kann man sich ja gar nicht vorstellen.
Debate persists about whether or not Hitler's potential Jewish heritage motivated his draconian Nuremberg laws. Enacted in 1935, these prohibited marriages and extramarital relations between Jews and non-Jews, restricted the rights of Jewish citizens, and defined Jewishness based on ancestry rather than religious practice. Historians remain divided.
I think there's a very good chance that his fear of a Jewish genealogy may have actually sparked the law saying that no Aryan woman could work for a Jewish man unless she was older than 45 years of age.
There's certainly evidence that Hitler's own awareness of these rumors influenced his sensitivities, though that was a widespread concern among anti-Semites in Central Europe at that time, that there would be some form of sexual congress between Jews and non-Jews, and the general ban on having Jews employing Germans fit into a wider kind of anti-Semitic tradition. Doesn't appear to be directly related to Hitler's own concerns about his Jewish background.
Hitler continued to ruthlessly destroy all ties to his paternal grandmother. Taking control of his native Austria in the Anschluss of 1938, he ordered the village of Dollersheim and the church where Maria Schuckelgruber filed the baptismal papers resumed for military training. Over 2,000 residents were forcibly resettled and their houses bombed.
And they used the small village, the homes there, for target practice, destroying the buildings, including the graveyard where his grandmother had been buried.
Despite those very common rumors also emerging in regard to Hitler's background, there's no evidence that he had any Jewish blood. And while he may at some point have worried that he might have, I believe the genealogical work that Himmler and other people did proved that there was no evidence.
But rumors have a way of persisting, and Nazi propaganda worked hard to allay these, portraying the Führer as a man of destiny, someone who came out of nowhere to be Germany's savior. But when it came to Adolf Hitler's wider family circle, other worrisome secrets and traits also needed hiding.
Ich weiß, alles, was ihr seid, seid ihr durch mich, und alles, was ich bin ich nur durch euch allein.
He was a hyperbolic, hysterical, passionately emotional, ludicrous Austrian.
Wird euer Terror beseitigt sein, so wahr wir das bleiben.
You have all these strange contradictions and enigmas with Hitler. There is no standardized Hitler. There is no planned and organized Hitler. He is just a morass of feeling, a cascade of emotion, a tsunami of actually nerves and hysteria.
Da möchte ich euch jetzt danken, dass ihr nicht wahnsinnig geworden seid, dass ihr mich in der Zeit nicht verlassen habt. Wenn ihr damals gegangen wärt, niemals wäre Deutschland mehr gerettet worden.
Adolf Hitler's emotional makeup can be ascribed both to his immediate and wider family backgrounds. His parents, Alois and Clara, were second cousins, 26 years apart in age. Their relationship is an aspect of Hitler's ancestry that's subject to much scrutiny and speculation.
Hitler described his relationship with his father as quite fraught and difficult, to the extent that his father was very stern, severe, strict, and quite punitive with him. Clara, she absolutely doted on Hitler. She was also kind of quite graceful with those good manners and charm, and it seems that this etiquette was something that he picked up from her. But also his kind of narcissistic view that he was the center of everything sort of seemed to come from that doting relationship from his mother.
There is belief that he likely developed the kernels of his messianic complex, which came out really many years later, because his mother was so fond on him, and the belief is that she may have used him as a savior for her poor and very unsophisticated life that she lived.
Of his immediate family, Hitler wrote in Mein Kampf that there are quarrels and bad feeling, and the husband takes to drink. He later admitted to his secretary, Christy Schroeder, that he did not love his father. He had tantrums and immediately became physically violent. My poor mother would always be very scared for me.
Das war ein Wechselspiel von beiden. Das Autoritäre des Vaters und die Verzärtelung durch die Mutter haben in ihm natürlich diesen Ich-Bezogenheitsfaktor verstärkt, den er nie abgelegen hat. Er war immer ich-bezogen, Mangel an Empathie für andere hat sich durch sein Leben gezogen.
Proof of Hitler's inherent lack of empathy surfaced in 2005, when his sister Paula's diary that she had secretly buried was discovered 45 years after her death in 1960.
His sister Paula reported in her diary that she was actually beaten by Adolf. It's curious, since Adolf was being beaten perhaps almost on a daily basis by Alois Sr., his father. When Adolf would try to intervene in arguments between his mother and his father, his mother, whom he dearly loved, was also beaten by Alois Sr. So I think some of this violence that perhaps came out later in his life really began when he was a mere youth.
When it came to Hitler's wider family, one secret was deemed so shockingly controversial that Personal Secretary Martin Bormann and Gestapo head Heinrich Himmler hid it from the Führer himself.
There were rumors in Austria about possible strains of insanity in the Hitler lineage. You know, people were talking about this, and the Gestapo decided to investigate. So Himmler sent agents into Austria to quash these rumors or these stories, and actually found cases of mental illness in the Hitler family. And this is a top secret document.
The document contained a cover note signed by Himmler and addressed to Bormann, saying that the investigation had uncovered the Wirt family, relatives of Adolf Hitler who were quote-unquote half-wits and imbeciles.
What is Bormann supposed to do with this thing? You know, talk about a hot potato.
Hitler's second cousin Aloisa Wirt suffered from schizophrenia. She was locked up for 9 years in Vienna's Amsteinhof Psychiatric Institution and deemed unworthy of life under the Nazis' eugenics and sterilization program.
During the war, this culminated in Operation T4, the euthanasia program. So the physically and mentally ill were subjected to mass murder. So something like 70,000 adults and several thousand more children and teenagers were murdered through this campaign called T4. And again, kind of one of these hidden secrets too.
The T4 program was established to kill quickly and quietly, at secret locations out of sight of the German population. Aloisa Wirt was murdered in the Hartheim gas chamber. Whether Hitler ever learnt of this isn't known, but his second cousin was still a victim of the Führer's genocidal campaign of mass murder.
His cruelty certainly got worse and worse as he gained power. This is just a sign of his sociopathy, that he didn't really have the feelings for those around him. His goals were more important than people's lives.
The need to conceal Hitler's personal and familial secrets fed directly into the creation of what is known as the Hitler myth, a carefully crafted public image of infallibility and strength. By projecting an idealized version of himself, Hitler and the Nazis sought to keep his many vulnerabilities secret from the German population. In order to decode Hitler's dictatorship, we need to understand the manufacturing of the myth and how and why it diverged from the man.
Ich habe die Energie und die Zähigkeit gehabt, von den damaligen 1000 Mann vor 10 Jahren bis heute 14 Millionen zu machen. Und ich werde aus den 14 Millionen die 20 und die 30 Millionen machen.
Now, that leadership myth started back in the 1920s as leader of the party. Once Hitler came to power in 1933, it was, of course, very important then in terms of the pillars of his power was the way that he was portrayed in art, in posters, in film, and all aspects.
When you look at the Hitler myth, when you look at the Führer, this is a larger-than-life figure for the Germans. And the very fact that he may have had issues simply could not be part of that.
Niemand muss in Deutschland kommen und muss sagen, den Frieden wollen wir, aber diese ununterbrochene Entrückung lehnen wir ab. Und die Entbehrung ertragen wir nicht.
Hitler and the Nazi propaganda machine lied shamelessly about Hitler. And no one in the Führer's court was better at myth-making than Joseph Goebbels, the Nazis' manipulative minister for propaganda.
The demigod picture of Adolf Hitler had him with sharp, piercing eyes, sitting astride a white horse, I believe it was, in a suit of armor, looking quite heroic. Instead, Adolf Hitler was prematurely aging, he was tremulous, he was stooped, and he was slow. A complete opposite of the picture that Goebbels was picturing of him for the German populace.
Goebbels stellt ihn dar als den Unfehlbaren, als jemanden, der nur für die Sache lebt, nämlich nur für das deutsche Volk und dessen Wiederaufstieg, der auf ein Privatleben verzichtet und im Grunde sich ganz und gar in den Dienst der Sache gestellt hat. Hitlers Persönlichkeit verschwindet vor dieser großen Führerfigur. Also im Grunde der wirkliche Hitler sitzt in der Kulisse. Und vorne auf der Bühne steht der Führer. Der Führer ist eine Erfindung, den gibt es überhaupt nicht. Und hinter diesem Führer steht ein doch sehr ängstlicher, im Grunde ja auch ungebildeter, scheuer Aufsteiger.
Hitler's lack of formal education likely contributed to deep-seated feelings of inadequacy. He despised intellectuals and embraced propaganda to mask his educational shortcomings, hiding behind bombastic posturing and radical ideological fervor.
Nicht die intellektuellen Schichten haben mir den Mut gegeben, dieses gigantische Werk zu beginnen, sondern das kann ich sagen, den Mut habe ich nur gefasst, weil ich zwei Schichten kannte, den Bauer und den deutschen Arbeiter.
Die fehlende Bildung hat die Vorurteile seines Lebens natürlich nicht verursacht, aber bekräftigt. Er hat ja Misserfolge in seiner Kindheit erzielt. Er ist aus Schulen geflogen, er hat keinen Abschluss gemacht. Er ist nach Wien gegangen, hat sich zweimal beworben in der Kunstakademie, ist abgelehnt worden wegen mangelnder Begabung. Und das macht natürlich was aus einem. Und wenn man gleichzeitig von der eigenen Mutter so hochgehievt worden ist und emporgejubelt worden ist, du bist doch der Größte, dann ist das eine Ungleichheit des Gefühls. Und das hat ihn zum Eigenbrötler gemacht. Das hat was aus ihm gemacht und das war ein wesentlicher Teil seiner Persönlichkeit, ganz gewiss.
Surrounded by sycophantic followers who all reinforced the Hitler myth, Hitler and the Nazis were able to project an image of supremacy, manufacturing a narrative that positioned der Führer as Germany's superhuman savior.
Josef Goebbels sorgt dann vor allen Dingen in den 30er Jahren dafür, dass Hitler zu einer gottähnlichen Größe wird. Das macht ja etwas mit einem Menschen, wenn andere einen als Genie betrachten. Also er wuchs quasi über sich hinaus und glaubte selber, er sei ein Genie.
Triumph of the Will begins in the sky. It literally begins in the sky with Hitler in the plane. This is the Odin myth, the god who comes down from the clouds. You have the plane kind of coming down above the medieval cityscape of Nuremberg. It's grandly impressive. And so the symbolism of the arrival by planes to support the Hitler myth.
Presenting himself as a simple soldier who sacrificed everything for his country, Hitler enhanced his myth by claiming to have been placed and protected by Providence. Goebbels reinforced this in the newspapers, writing that Hitler was the greater German, the Führer, the prophet, the shining symbol of the German will to freedom.
Von Hitler durften immer nur bestimmte Bilder in die Öffentlichkeit gelangen. Also er ließ sich natürlich nie, schon auch mit Brille, fotografieren. Alles, was Schwäche suggerierte, wurde retuschiert. Der Führermythos war sehr wichtig auch für die Kriegsjahre, als Hitler sich nicht mehr fotografieren lässt, als es diese Bilder eben nicht mehr gibt von den begeisternden Mengen, sondern da gibt es eben die Bilder von den zerstörten Städten, von den traumatisierten und verzweifelten Menschen. Und in dieser Zeit des Krieges arbeitet Goebbels ja weiterhin mit diesem Mythos der frühen 30er Jahre.
The chasm between Hitler and his myth and the need to maintain his closely guarded secrets manifested in every aspect of the Führer's life. He was obsessed with his appearance, and he worried about his health, adopting increasingly extreme measures to maintain an image of vitality and strength. Some of these worries were more secretive than others, and there is evidence, both suspect and credible, for each instance.
Hitler was obsessed with his image and with his personal appearance and with his popular persona, really, so how people would view him. He was absolutely obsessed with this, changing clothes to make sure that he was looking right, and really making sure that even towards the end, when he was not in good health, that was not shown in any way to the German population, and that this was shrouded behind Goebbels's propaganda machinery.
From reports by Hitler's two personal valets, we learn that he washed his hair at least once a day because of dandruff, scrubbed his hands frequently, and bathed and changed his underwear twice a day. The reasons for this obsessively secretive hygiene routine could be hidden in his parentage. Historians and medical specialists point to the statistical possibility that, as second cousins, Hitler's parents increased the risk of their offspring having congenital abnormalities.
One of the most common urological congenital abnormalities is something called hypospadias. And hypospadias is where the urethra, rather than exiting the penis at the tip, is underneath it. So that it's possible, given their second cousin consanguinity, that they would have probably doubled the risk of this particular congenital anomaly. Was he having some urine leakage due to something like hypospadias and needing to change his underwear? I guess we'll never know that for sure, but it at least is a possibility. It seems like it would be a rather elegant explanation for his frequent hand washing, his frequent change of clothing, his unwillingness to disrobe even for a doctor's examination.
The Führer's vegetarianism was well publicized, but the possible motivations for this were kept secret from everyone other than his doctors.
When he would eat, especially with meat, he would have great abdominal pain, he would have a flatulence, he would bloat. It was very embarrassing to him and those around him. I think that's one of the reasons why he became principally a vegetarian. There were stories where he would be at the Berghof, maybe have a number of people around him, and he would beat this hasty retreat out of the room all of a sudden, and it was quite suspect that it was because of his flatulence. It was embarrassing to him and those around him.
Hitler's personal obsessions with his health led him to rely heavily on Dr. Theodor Morell, a controversial figure whose unconventional treatments and doting attention provided the reassurance and sense of control that Hitler desperately sought.
Morell wasn't particularly popular amongst those of the inner circle at the Berghof, partly because obviously he had very close access to Hitler, but partly there was a little bit of mistrust about the medicines he was administering.
He was kind of an unseemly kind of guy and prescribed all these medications to Hitler and these injections.
Morell seemed to have no understanding of drug interactions. There are at least over 80 different medicines that Hitler received from Morell. He was treated with amphetamines, methamphetamines, barbiturates, even treated with cocaine. His brain chemistry, no doubt, was altered quite a bit by the treatment, and yet he made Hitler happy by giving him medicines and appearing as if he was trying to respond to his needs.
In order to maintain the facade of Hitler's invincibility and strength, Theodor Morell's myriad treatments were kept out of the public eye.
The treatment of Hitler's health was a state secret. I think had the German people known that he was taking these very strong medicines that were habit-forming medicines, it would have damaged his image as the leader, as der Führer among the German people.
One of the most intriguing and enduring mysteries surrounding der Führer is whether or not he only had one testicle.
There are all those rumors, of course, which so amused British soldiers in World War II that he lost a testicle.
Actually, the English school children would sing about Adolf Hitler just having one ball. It probably was a way to demean him as the leader of Germany, but yet nevertheless, there's some evidence that perhaps he did have an abnormality of his genitalia.
Upon Hitler's arrival at Landsberg prison following the unsuccessful coup of 1923, he was examined by prison doctor Joseph Brinsteiner, who reported a birth defect being an undescended right testicle. However, Dr. Theodor Morell's medical reports indicate no such defect.
There are conflicting reports. The Brinsteiner report was done in Landsberg prison after the failed putsch. And then years later, Morell, he described intact reflexes known as cremasteric reflexes. If he had intact cremasteric reflexes, by definition, he had two testicles. I think Theodor Morell clearly was trying to gain Hitler's favor. He was looking for money, he was looking for prestige, whereas the original examination, there was nothing to lose. Brinsteiner would not have been concerned about his reputation or his life, whereas Morell would have had real concerns in that respect. That would favor Brinsteiner's examination.
Embarrassing rumors about the state of Hitler's genitalia filtered back to the Nazi propaganda machine, provoking increasingly desperate tactics to maintain the Hitler myth and deflect from der Führer's personal secrets. But one enigma that excited rumor and speculation during his lifetime that still endures today is the salacious topic of Adolf Hitler's sexuality.
Es wird ja oft über Hitlers Sexualität gesprochen. Da werden ganze Verschwörungstheorien darum herumgebaut. Er sei eigentlich ein Homosexueller gewesen, er sei pervers gewesen, er sei gar nicht in der Lage zu wirklichen, richtigen Beziehungen, auch sexuellen Beziehungen gewesen. Es gibt immer nur Aussagen Dritter darüber, nach Kriegsende, die versucht haben, sich von ihm distanzieren. Aber was Hitler wirklich hinter verschlossenen Türen in seinem Schlafzimmer gemacht hat, wissen wir nicht.
Much of the sensation surrounding whether or not Hitler had homosexual relationships is unsubstantiated, based more on hearsay than verifiable documentation. Nevertheless, there are also some seemingly credible sources and anecdotal reports that serve to maintain the debate.
Das ist nicht völlig bestreitbar, aber auch nicht völlig beweisbar. Es kann sein, dass in der Männergesellschaft, in der Hitler lebte, auch im Ersten Weltkrieg, wenn die auf engem Raum miteinander da waren, dass da bestimmte Dinge geschehen sein mögen, aber da gibt es keine Beweise dafür.
It's true that in his teens and early 20s, Hitler's friends were exclusively male. Close friend August Kubizek accompanied him to Vienna, and they shared a room. And after they parted, Hitler lived in cheap rooms and men's hostels, where other close relationships allegedly flared and failed. But the first seriously supported suggestion of a homosexual relationship sees Hitler in World War I.
Adolf Hitler did have a group of friends who were homosexual. There was a story, the Mind report, when he was in World War I, and he was allegedly found rolling in the hay having a homosexual affair with another soldier.
Hans Menn's recollection of his former comrade in arms is known as the Men Protocol. Its authenticity is endorsed by many and doubted by some. Initially introduced as a textbook into all German schools, Menn's memoir was quickly withdrawn on instructions from the Gestapo. All copies were destroyed.
And Mind actually said that had he told everything he knew about Hitler, he would not have become the hero that he became.
Hans Mend was arrested by the Gestapo in September 1940 and charged with sexual offenses against women. He was sentenced by a special court to 2 years imprisonment.
Schon wieder ein Thema, zu dem es hunderte von Ablandungen gegeben hat. Das letzte stammt von einem Bremer Professor, Lothar Machtern, der ein ganzes Buch mit dem schönen Titel Hitlers Geheimnis geschrieben hat. Das Geheimnis sei gewesen, dass Hitler in Wahrheit homosexuell gewesen sei. Die gesamte Literatur drumherum, die sich damit beschäftigt hat, sagt cum granula salis, das ist nicht beweisbar.
Whether Hitler had any homosexual relationships or not, homosexuality became more of an issue as he rose to power, especially in the case of Ernst Röhm, close ally and leader of Hitler's brown shirt stormtroopers.
Röhm was an unapologetic homosexual. Other Hitler associates urged Hitler to distance himself from Röhm. There are questions about Hitler's own sexuality in this regard. I personally am very skeptical about that, but what we do know is that Röhm was accused of homosexual activities and that this was public, and that Hitler publicly stood by Röhm and continued to stay with him throughout.
Despite homosexuality being illegal, Ernst Röhm refused to hide. His brown shirts were also known for their manly form of homosexual behavior.
Röhm himself advocated for a macho type of homosexuality. He wanted to dispel this notion of an effeminate type of homosexuality and said that men were men and would have sexual relations as men.
Things came to a head in 1932, when letters written by Ernst Röhm about his homosexual feelings were published. Given Hitler's own possible vulnerability on the issue, the ensuing scandal set a clock ticking. Heinrich Himmler, head of the SS and Gestapo, stated vigorously that the homosexual must be eliminated.
And even though the Nazis really had very strong laws against homosexuality, Hitler was loyal to his comrades, even if they were homosexual.
But because Röhm's stormtroopers refused to cease their violent revolutionary actions, the SA became a threat to Hitler's legally motivated political aspirations. and 18 months after the Nazis came to power, Ernst Röhm and most of his SA leaders were slaughtered in the purge known as the Night of the Long Knives.
Politische Morde haben stattgefunden. Gegner, innerparteiliche und außerparteiliche sind hingerichtet worden im Sommer, im Blutsommer 1934.
Perhaps it's true that Hitler was ruthless in destroying those he thought threatened the state. Or perhaps he was just being ruthless in protecting his secrets. As late as 1943, a law was introduced making any remarks suggesting that the Führer was homosexual a capital offense.
Ich sage mal, es ist durchaus möglich, dass eine nicht ausgelebte Bisexualität bei Hitler vorhanden war. Er mochte auch durchaus Frauen, aber erst als er erfolgreich war.
Just the idea of seeming to be attractive and mesmerizing to women also just sort of gave him that extra sense of power and sense of himself.
Hitler had no shortage of fervent female admirers. Women by the thousand fawned at his feet, tried to kiss his boots, and even swallowed the gravel on which he had trod. He is known to have had 8 close female relationships, but the exact nature of these is also subject to a mix of fact and speculation.
Which was part of the way in which Hitler's public persona or image was managed. So he wanted to be shown as single and dedicated to his political duties and married to the nation rather than to a woman.
Hitler's most well-known and long-standing female relationship was with young Munich photographer Eva Braun, who he eventually married the day before they both committed suicide, ending World War II.
We know that Eva Braun attempted suicide twice in the early years and then, of course, finally did commit suicide with Hitler right at the end. So this tells us, at the very least, that it's a very difficult and obsessive, peculiar relationship. It's very difficult to know what went on behind those closed doors.
Hitler and Eva Braun's relationship was a clandestine affair, and whether it was sexual in nature is subject to speculation.
Eva Brauns Zofe sagte, sie weiß, dass sie was miteinander hatten. Sie hatte für solche Fälle ihm einen sogenannten Buko, die Abkürzung für Beischlafutensilienkoffer. Und sie lebten zusammen, aber da war was.
I believe Hitler was principally heterosexual. A guy named Ruckus Misch worked in the bunker, for example, and he would lurk around Hitler's door and he heard orgasmic sounds, so he thinks that Eva Braun and Adolf Hitler did have sex.
Let me just say, based on the conversations I've had with the Berghof staff, I think it was a normal relationship, but I also don't think it has any real consequences for understanding the things that really matter about Adolf Hitler and the Third Reich.
There are, however, circumstances surrounding other female relationships that, while still shrouded in mystery and intrigue, offer insights into both the inner workings of the Third Reich and whether or not Hitler was secretly sexually deviant. Central among these was his relationship with German actress Renate Müller.
There was a report dealing with Renate Müller, who was from a Norman Blumberg, who was a psychiatrist, originally German, moved to New York City, worked at Albert Einstein School of Medicine. He described Hitler as falling to the floor, begging Müller to kick him, to beat him, to call him names. Hitler only seemed to become aroused, according to these stories, when he was abused. And of course, as a child, he was abused by his father. And so maybe it does relate back to his child rearing. It's strange that he would only become sexually aroused when she was kicking him, and then he would complete it by masturbating.
Renate Müller's relationship with Hitler ended badly.
The Gestapo began to investigate Renate Müller. Her career in films was ruined by the Gestapo. She began to drink too much. She began to take drugs. She actually ended up in a hospital for treatment. The story goes that she saw some Gestapo coming into the hospital where she was, and she went out to the balcony. Maybe she jumped, maybe she was pushed, but nevertheless, she died in very suspicious circumstances. Certainly her story, had it gotten out, would have damaged Hitler's reputation further.
These salacious topics, while helpful in decoding Hitler's personality, also distract from the real secrets that he kept, not only from Germany, but the world, of which his genocidal plans to exterminate Europe's Jews takes a chilling first place.
Whatever went on behind closed doors is still behind closed doors. And in the end, really does not contribute anything significant to understand the real issues that matter, in regard to Adolf Hitler, which ultimately is the Holocaust.
In terms of the Holocaust itself, this was Hitler's idea from a very early date. So in terms of its implementation, we couldn't see that being carried out any time before the end of 1941, when what the Nazis called the final solution, the Holocaust, was carried out on Polish soil, out of the direct line of sight of the German people.
Konzentrationslager gab es ja nicht auf deutschem Gebiet, ne? Die gab es ja erst ab 1941 in den besetzten Ostgebieten, in Polen, in der Ukraine. In Deutschland gab es Arbeitslager, aber keine Vernichtungslager. Das ist ein großer Unterschied. Die Vernichtungslager waren dazu da, tatsächlich die Menschen zu töten, die dort ankamen.
By situating the death camps outside of Germany in 1941, Hitler sought to hide his most murderous industrial-scale secret from the German population. But over the course of his entire 12-year reign, a series of targeted individual killings was specifically sanctioned to deflect from rumors and protect the illusion of the Hitler myth.
Hitler was extremely private and extremely guarded in his reputation. There are a number of instances of people who had information about Hitler that would have damaged his reputation, who suddenly died under suspicious circumstances. It seems to me that, yes, these were secrets worth keeping to the extent that Hitler valued his reputation more than he valued the lives of those around him.
The first glimpse of Hitler's compulsion to protect his personal secrets at all costs surfaced back in 1918, during his army service in the First World War. Near the end of the war, he was hospitalized after a mustard gas attack. The story Hitler later told was that he was blinded by the gas. Other sources claim he was treated for war hysteria in the hospital's psychiatric department.
This is an unusual situation where the person is unable to deal with the emotions they're dealing with, and they develop some sort of a problem. It may be paralysis, it may be staggering, it may be blindness.
However, the exact nature of Hitler's condition remains a mystery, because his medical records from the time are missing.
The medical records disappeared completely. And the man who had treated Adolf Hitler for his hysterical illness, his blindness, Dr. Forster, died under mysterious circumstances just after Adolf Hitler became Chancellor.
Dr. Edmund Forster was found dead with a bullet to the head from a revolver his family did not recognize. There was no police inquiry, and a verdict of suicide was recorded. Similarly, when it came to fellow dispatch runner Hans Mend's allegations about Hitler having homosexual relationships in the army, Fritz Gerlich, a leading journalistic resistor of Adolf Hitler and the editor who published the Mend Protocol, met the same fate in 1934.
Fritz Gerlich verschwand im KZ, wurde umgebracht. Ja, das stimmt.
Hans Mend also perished in Zwickau Penitentiary before completing his 2-year sentence. Historians have speculated that his death may have been a result of his damaging allegations about Hitler's questionable sexuality.
People are fascinated with Hitler because of Hitler's influence in the 20th century. They then become fascinated with all sorts of tangential aspects and rumors around Hitler and the Third Reich. Look at all celebrities, the obsession with their sex lives, their childhood, their marriages. Since Hitler is a form of almost kind of evil celebrity of sorts, everyone's obsessed with aspects of his personal life. But that's the nature of history and popular culture, right?
Adolf Hitler carried deep-seated personal secrets throughout his dictatorship, rooted in a troubled childhood, marked by familial abuse and suspicions about his ancestry. By decoding the interplay between Hitler's hidden family past and his personal fixations, we gain an understanding about the powerful personal forces that shaped the insecure man behind the dictator. Forces that drove his desire for power and his murderous tyrannical rule.
Germany in the 20s and 30s was the most modern society in the world. The fact that a society that democratic, that modern, with that many liberals and socialists and acceptance of gay and lesbian life could, in a few short months or years, become the most extreme fascist state, the only fascist state to kill 12 million people. That's why we should study it, because Germany was so similar to other modern liberal democracies. It anticipated, in many ways, some of our present problems. So it's not the strangeness of Hitler or his crimes that we should be obsessed with. It's the banality, the ordinariness, the way it follows a pattern we've seen before and since. That's what we should be frightened of.